Oui, l'honorable député de...
The honourable member for Saint-Jean.
Sur un rappel au règlement,
Madam Speaker, on Wednesday, the member for Mission Matsui Fraser Canyon raised the issue that the Francophone version of Section Bill C-19 didn't have the same scope as the same section in the English bill. I'm sure you will agree with me that when we read the bill, there's a marked difference between both versions, because the way bills or votes are counted is not the same. In one section of the bill, you have to count the ballots in the capital and in the other by the polling officer. The understanding is not the same when it comes to the process for voting by special ballot. Members cannot know what is the real intention of the government when it comes to the administration of mail-in ballots. And this shows once again how complex and challenging parliamentary work is with both official languages and how important it is to pay close attention to allow all members to take part in parliamentary affairs so that all citizens are well represented, whether they are Francophone or Anglophone, regardless of the language that their member is working in. As mentioned in Basque and Gagnon, page 734 of the French version, the Speaker may make a decision on this point, which could lead to dismissing second reading of the bill because it is incomplete. What is the legislator's intention? Is it the French version or the English version? Is the legislator thinking in English or in French? Which version, the French one or the English one, should win out? Before making a decision about this, I think the government needs to readjust, and every MP needs to be on the same wavelength when it comes to the further debate on C-19. Thank you. Thank you to the honourable member for having raised this issue and bringing it to the attention of the Speaker, and we will take it under advisement and come back with a decision. Orders of the day.
The day, ordre du jour, government orders, government bills commons, consideration at report stage of Bill C-24, an act to amend the Employment Insurance Act, additional regular benefits, the Canada Recovery Benefits Act, restriction on eligibility, and another act in response to COVID-19.
Conformément à l'ordre adopté le jeudi 11...
Pursuant to order made Thursday, March 11, 2021, Bill C-24, an act to amend the Employment Insurance Act, additional regular benefits, the Canada Recovery Benefits Act, restriction on eligibility, and another act in response to COVID-19, is deemed concurred in at report stage on division.
Quand le projet sera-t-il lu?
When shall the bill be read a third time?
Conformément à l'ordre adopté le jeudi.
Pursuant to order made Thursday, March 11, 2021, the House will now proceed to the third reading of this bill.
Mrs. Schultz for Ms. Qualtrough, seconded by Madame Bibeau, moves that Bill C-24, an act to amend the Employment Insurance Act, additional regular benefits, the Canada Recovery Benefits Act, restriction on eligibility, and another act in response to COVID-19, be now read a third time and do pass. Debate. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the President of the Queen's Privy Council.
Yes, thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and it's actually quite a pleasure to be able to speak to Bill C-24 today at third reading. I'm actually quite encouraged in the sense earlier in the week I was speaking on the bill at a second reading. And back then, Madam Speaker, I was emphasizing how important this legislation is to the Government of Canada. The Prime Minister made a commitment to have the backs of Canadians since the very beginning of the pandemic. And once again, we have legislation before the House that is absolutely critical in terms of supporting Canadians today and to continue doing so going forward. Now, when I spoke on it earlier in the week, I was somewhat upset and expressing my feelings towards the Conservative Party and the manner in which they were filibustering important legislation on the floor of the House of Commons. In fact, I can recall even citing the member from Kildonan when she had made reference in a tweet on how important this legislation was to the workers. And yet, on the other hand, the Conservatives, and we witnessed that through the debate on C14, for example, were causing a filibuster on important legislation during the pandemic. At the time, I had indicated that it would appear that the only way the House could actually see things pass was if, in fact, the Conservative Party was made to feel ashamed for their behavior inside the House. And I am pleased that ultimately it would appear as that the Conservatives have seen the merit through a bit of shaming in terms of allowing this bill to go through. And that's important to recognize, I believe, Madam Speaker. You know, if we review what's taken place in the week, I think there are some encouraging signs, at least from some of the opposition parties in particular, not universally held. I'm afraid that the Conservatives still feel obligated to play that destructive force on the floor of the House of Commons. But let me kind of expand on that, if I may, Madam Speaker, because when you take a look at C24 and what it's actually doing, it is going to be providing badly essential, needed funds to thousands of Canadians in all regions of our country. So if we take a look at recognizing and how it is that we proceed, I would suggest to you that all we need to do is to take a look at the desire and what we have seen during this week, and to cite a few examples of that, Madam Speaker. And the reason why I'm doing this is because I want to encourage, in particular, members of the Conservative Party to recognize the true value of legislation like C24, what appears the member from Kildonan, at the very least, has recognized, and see the value in terms of passing it. Now, let me give you a few examples, Madam Speaker. The best one that I could think of right offhand is something that had taken place yesterday. Yesterday, we had a very important piece of legislation. It was literally life and death legislation, Bill C7. Now, because we're in a minority situation, it doesn't take very much in order to prevent the government from being able to pass. Now, the Bloc in this particular situation identified that, yes, they support this legislation, and they're to the degree in which they're prepared to even assist the government in bringing forward closure. Had we not gotten that support, Madam Speaker, we never would have been able to advance it through the House of Commons, and people would have been denied the opportunity to have access to this very important legislation. That was done through the support of the Bloc. Now, earlier in the week, we also had some indication from my New Democratic friends. Bill C5, an important piece of legislation, not necessarily direct like C24 is in terms of the pandemic, but it is an important piece of legislation, and quite possibly indirectly it could be assisting during the pandemic. Somewhat indirectly, I would suggest, Madam Speaker. Now, the NDP in this situation said that what we would like to do is to have unanimous consent to allow that additional debate and ultimately see Bill C5 pass through the House. And of course, much like with the Bloc suggestion, the Conservatives outright said, no, we don't want nothing to do with it. Now, and again, it's not to to come across as not being grateful for the Conservatives in recognizing the importance of C-24, but it's more so to encourage the Conservative Party to look at what its other opposition parties are doing in order to be able to facilitate passing important pieces of legislation. C-24 was recognized the other day by the Conservatives by stopping the debate and allowing it to get out of second reading so that it could go to committee. As a result, Madam Speaker, we are now into that third reading stage today. But we know that if the Conservative as an opposition party wants to do more, it could do more. For example, take a look at what they had done with the Canada-United Kingdom agreement. Critically important legislation. Has I would suggest to you, a direct impact even during the coronavirus pandemic. And through an initiative that they were prepared to propose, obviously we supported it, Madam Speaker. They requested unanimous consent. And they received unanimous consent. Now, what's important to recognize here, Madam Speaker, is that my New Democratic friends, who have traditionally voted against anything related to trade, expanding trade relations, actually supported the motion to ultimately see the bill on the United Kingdom trade agreement pass through the House of Commons, even though they opposed it. And that's an important point to recognize, Madam Speaker, because the NDP and the Bloc have at least now on occasion recognized what I have been saying to the House now for quite a while, and that is the behavior of the Conservative opposition has not been favorable to the House of Commons passing the legislation and that is so badly needed in order to support Canadians during this difficult time. They have gone out of their way in order to frustrate the House of Commons, Madam Speaker, in our desire to see important legislation like C-24 pass. Now, I am going to continue to remind my Conservative friends that they do have an important obligation to Canadians, as the government has since day one, and focus their intention on not an election, but rather supporting Canadians. And one of the ways in which they can do that, Madam Speaker, in terms of an action as opposed to just talk, is by providing support on legislation such as this. Now, when I spoke on this on C-24 earlier in the week, Madam Speaker, members of the Conservative Party were being somewhat critical of me, saying, well, we just introduced the legislation, so how can the member expect us to pass the legislation? And Madam Speaker, trying to imply that I was maybe not being as principled on enabling members to be able to speak to important legislation. And I want to assure members of the House that I have always been an advocate for members of Parliament to be able to express themselves on legislation. As I'm sure many would say that I have no problem in terms of expressing myself on a wide variety of issues, Madam Speaker, on the floor of the House. And I'm very grateful for the position that I've been put into from the Prime Minister and the types of support that I get from my caucus colleagues. And I know I often speak on behalf on many of my caucus colleagues, Madam Speaker, in expressing frustration and expressing support for initiatives that are being taken on the floor of the House of Commons. But Madam Speaker, the bill was actually introduced for the first time, and I believe it was in February, and nothing would have prevented further discussion for additional debates if, in fact...
Well, Parliamentary Secretary, I have a point of order. The honourable member from...
Yes, I'm calling the member out on...
the honourable member for Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke, yes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm calling the member speaking out on relevance. He is supposed to be speaking to the bill, but the only thing that he is doing is talking about the closure and trying to justify what he did to Canadians last night.
Yes, the honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
On that point of order, Madam Speaker, had the member been here for previous debates on this issue, or I don't know if she was here physically or not, but had she been aware of those previous debates, she would know that the Conservatives have only been talking about the timelines associated with this. This member is actually addressing directly what a number of Conservatives have raised in regards...
A matter for debate. I will let the honourable Parliamentary Secretary pursue.
Yes, but Madam Speaker, and let me pick up on what it is my colleague was just making reference to. You know, more critical of myself. Now, albeit I have somewhat thick skin, Madam Speaker, by making accusations that we were trying to rush this bill through and we weren't allowing for enough time, and maybe I was a little too harsh in my criticisms towards the Conservatives. There's a number of them that actually decided to take maybe a few shots at me, and that's fine, Madam Speaker. I'm very comfortable with that. The legislation is worth the effort, and I can tell you that universally within the Liberal caucus, this legislation we recognize has to pass the House of Commons. We need it to pass. I believe that most members of the House will, in fact, a majority of members of the House will, in fact, support this legislation. Why? Because it is putting money in the pockets of Canadians, and it is responding to issues that have come out of the coronavirus, the pandemic. And if you were to review the debates on second reading, I suspect what you will find, Madam Speaker, is a universal feeling that there's nothing wrong with the legislation other than the fact that maybe we could be doing more, Madam Speaker, coming from my New Democratic friends. But the point of me saying what I'm a good part of what I'm saying, Madam Speaker, is to continue to nudge and encourage my conservative friends from across the aisle to look at what's taking place on the floor of the House of Commons, and behave in a fashion that would allow for important legislation to pass through, and to look at ways, if it wants to see more debate on government legislation, then to stop playing some of the games that we've witnessed. For example, the concurrence motions have taken away at least a couple of days, many hours of debate on government.
Order, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Honourable Member for Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke.
Again, Madam Speaker, this member has to speak about the current bill. He hasn't heard any resistance. Going to vote one way or another. He's talking about the concurrence motion now, and all he's trying to do is justify what they did on C7. And part of the reason for C7 that they wanted more debate was the fact that it was supposed to undergo a 5-year review, and it was not permitted. So thank you, Madam Speaker.
In the answer to the honourable member's point of order, I will just try to remember the honourable Parliamentary Secretary that debate at this stage of the legislative process focuses on the final form of the bill. So if we can address that issue, it would be much appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I don't have any problem talking about C24. My concern would be is that I hope that the interruptions and the time that the member has taken will not be taken away from my limited amount of time to be able to speak to this legislation, Madam Speaker. And I appreciate that very much. I can assure the member that I wasn't talking specifically on closure at the time in which she was interrupting my speech, and I would ask her to be a little bit more patient as I try to make the points that I think are really important, and maybe even suggest to her that she bring back to her caucus many of the thoughts and themes that I've tried to amplify over the last week in terms of the behavior of the Conservative Party on the floor of the House of Commons and the importance of providing support by Canadians, and that action speaks louder than words. And ultimately, that's why it's so critically important that bills like C24 be passed. Now, if time permits, I'll try to provide further comment on this issue, Madam Speaker, towards the end of my comments. But with respect to the C24, when we talk in terms of what it's actually doing, Madam Speaker, you will find that there is support that goes far beyond the chamber. Last time, I was able to cite some specific quotes from members of Canada's labor unions, Madam Speaker. So members could go back to that if they want to get a sense of what unions are actually saying about the legislation. But it is important for us to recognize that C24 amends the Canada Recovery benefits in 3 different areas. We can talk about the Canada Recovery benefit, the Canada Recovery caregiver benefit, and the Canada Recovery sickness benefits. It's extending employment insurance, and that's when I made reference on a couple of occasions already, Madam Speaker, to putting money, additional financial resources in the pockets of people that need that additional support, Madam Speaker. The bill amends the Employment Insurance Act so that it temporarily increases the maximum number of weeks for which employment insurance, the regular benefits, may be paid to 50 weeks for claimants, Madam Speaker. And that is something that will, as I say, put real dollars into pockets. Madam Speaker, we often hear about the need to deal with those individuals that have chosen to leave Canada, come back to Canada, and treat it more as a trip or as an unnecessary or an essential, I put it, trip outside of Canada, Madam Speaker. And the concerns were expressed in regards to when they come back and they go into quarantine, that it's not necessarily the taxpayer that's paying for it, whether it's directly or indirectly. So measures are within the legislation to take that into consideration, Madam Speaker. There are other benefits that are there within the legislation that we are looking at, Madam Speaker. We are increasing, as I say, those number of weeks. There is an increase in number of weeks that are available, which is absolutely critical. The supports for sickness benefits. We can make reference to we are taking action so those travelers, the bill also facilitates the access to self-employed workers, for example, who have opted in to the EI program to access special benefits by lowering the threshold that workers must meet in order to qualify for the $7,500 to $5,000 in the net self-employment earnings in 2020. As I say, there are some really good things, Madam Speaker, that are in here. The government through this pandemic. I see you're saying I only have 2 minutes to go. In short, Madam Speaker, it's a part of the bigger picture of supporting Canadians. We saw that from the beginning of the pandemic with the creation of the CERB program. I've listed off 3 other recovery programs. We could look in terms of how it is that we're supporting workers indirectly through things such as, I shouldn't say indirectly, it's more directly, with the emergency wage subsidy, but that also supports small businesses, because supporting small businesses also supports workers. It supports our economy. So the emergency rent subsidy program, the business account program, we can talk about the credit availability program. There's the relief and recovery fund. These are all programs, Madam Speaker, that have been put together and all of which requiring legislation at some point or another. And in many ways, we have seen, especially towards the beginning of the pandemic, a great sense of cooperation and support. Much of this could not have been done without that support initially coming from opposition. And I guess my appeal is to say that, look, we are still in the pandemic. Canadians still need us to work together. And that is what I am asking for the House, to continue the same attitude that we had at the beginning of the pandemic, as Canadians recognize, Madam Speaker, that we are still in it and we still need to work together in order to be able to minimize the negative impacts of the pandemic. And with those few words, Madam Speaker, I appreciate the opportunity to share my thoughts with the House this morning. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Sturgeon River Parkland.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's clear to me, listening to the members' repeated speeches this week, that Conservatives are living rent-free in the member's head. But my question on the subject is, given that the EI program is funded by premiums paid by employees and employers, and given that this year the premiums will not be enough to cover the costs of the EI programs, what is the government's plan to make up the shortfall in future years? Will premiums be drastically increasing, or is the government considering putting a one-time payment to shore up the EI program?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, I'm a bit concerned with the question in terms of is the Conservative member trying to imply that we should not be making the changes to extend? I would encourage the member to reflect on his own constituents, and he will find that there is a very real need for this extension. And the good news is, in time, we will see a national budget, and that will set an outline which will provide all sorts of opportunities for hope from coast to coast to coast, as the government will continue to fight the pandemic, at the same time look at ways in which we can build back better our economy.
Questions et commentaires.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you very much. Well, my colleague talked a lot about the supposed Conservative tactics to delay debate, but Bill C-24, what is it essentially? I mean, it's intended to support the people who were hard hit by the pandemic. But the Liberals had the opportunity to do that with the Bloc Québécois motion that would increase the OAS for those 65 and up. So why did the Liberals vote against that? Yesterday, we marked the one-year anniversary of the pandemic, and the people who were hardest hit by these people, by the pandemic, were seniors. And the Liberals are adding to the anxiety that our seniors are experiencing. They're adding financial anxiety. So why not support our seniors during this pandemic, as the Bloc requested?
Mr. Secretary.
Well, Madam Speaker, I can assure the member that this government has in fact been supporting our seniors. We understand the situation that they are in, and we have supported them significantly. And I'm sure that as we continue to go forward, we will see ongoing support for seniors. And this is something that's not new. Even before the pandemic, where we saw record historical increases, in particular in the guaranteed income supplement, which literally lifted hundreds of thousands of seniors out of poverty, Madam Speaker, in our first mandate, not to mention the hundreds of dollars given to every senior in Canada, additional money as a one-time for the
honourable member for Skeena. Skeena Valley, Buckley Valley, Skeena Buckley Valley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. My question for the parliamentary secretary is with regard to the EI sickness benefit. Now, twice now the House has voted for that benefit to be increased to 50 weeks, and it seems like it would have been a very easy addition to this legislation. I'm wondering if the parliamentary secretary could speak to why his government has ignored the very clear desire of the members of the House.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, I don't believe you can accuse this government of not being there to support workers in Canada. We have brought forward progressive legislation. We've made adjustments to CPP to ensure that workers today will have more in the future when they retire. We have been encouraging provinces to do what we are doing by providing additional support for workers that are sick. I would encourage my friend to talk to some of his provincial cousins and his provincial counterparts, as they too need to play a role in providing additional support for people that fall sick in the workforce. The provincial governments even have more jurisdictional control over a larger number of workers. So I think that we should continue to work together in trying to protect the interests and advocate for workers. I know this government, the Prime Minister, myself, and my caucus colleagues will be doing just that.
Comments, questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Yorkton Melville.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And, the member has indicated that speaking to this legislation is worth the effort. I'm pleased that he spent a portion of his time on this issue. However, I agree with him as well that COVID is a huge issue and we need to be there for Canadians. Mental wellness is at an all-time low in Canada. And so my question to him, if legislation is worth the effort, why was there no effort on the side of the Liberals to stand up and speak to C7, the huge changes to it in this House yesterday?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, Madam Speaker, I did get the opportunity, and I did speak to the legislation. And I think that you'll find in a minority situation that the only way in which legislation can pass is if you get not only government members supporting it, but there also has to be opposition members supporting it. And that there was. On the issue of mental health, this is a government that has invested more money in mental health than Stephen Harper did in 10 years as being Prime Minister. And we...
Questions et commentaires.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Saint-Jean. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Now, you can see fairly quickly the government wanted to table a bill quickly, but then they did it in a way that would have required unanimous consent. We weren't agree with that in principle, but we said, well, table the bill and then we can deal with this issue quickly. But it's only this week that we're finally dealing with it. So why did it take 2 months for the government to retable this bill so that we can finally settle this issue?
Parliamentary Secretary.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, a part of it is the games that are being played by opposition, in particular with the Conservatives. So, for example, we were supposed to be debating Bill C-19 the other day, but a concurrence motion was moved, which prevented us from being able to debate that particular bill. There's only so many days inside the House in which government has the opportunity to bring forward legislation. The first opportunity we get where we can bring forward the legislation, we attempt to do that. There's other legislation that we had to try to get passed. C-14. Remember the days and hours that the Conservatives held that up that prevented us from being able to do other pieces of legislation. It's a finite amount of time. That's the reason why I spent as much time as I did at the beginning.
The Honourable Member for Guelph.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the Parliamentary Secretary, the Honourable Member from Winnipeg North. on his intervention and really saying that the work we do in Parliament has direct impact on our constituents. And when it's delayed, they suffer because of that. Yes. We had our staff meeting yesterday morning, and one of our staff was saying that she's getting a lot of calls from people that are coming to the end of their EI. And because they were on CERB and then CRB, and now they can't go back, how important it is for us to pass this legislation so people can get the extensions they need. If the member could just comment on that real-life situation.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, Madam Speaker, the member was able to say what was the essence of the bill and the importance of the bill in 1 minute, which took me almost 10, 15 minutes to do, Madam Speaker. He's right on in his comments. I very much agree with him, and it's so critically important to recognize why that we as a collective House recognize the legislation for what it is in that 1 minute summation and get the job done. Support Canadians, pass the legislation, and Canadians will be the benefactor from it.
Member for Saanich Gulf Highlands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. In speaking of real-life situations now and workers who need our help, particularly who are having trouble accessing employment insurance, there's a new e-petition out that I'm proud to sponsor for one of my constituents. But the situation faced by long haulers is of serious concern. In this country, we have not yet, and we do need federal help here, to identify persistent symptoms of COVID post the moment that the individual is no longer infectious. We have to stop describing people as either active COVID cases or recovered, because there are many, many people who are not recovered and they're falling through the cracks. And I just would urge the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary within his caucus to encourage Minister of Health, to encourage all involved to protect these very vulnerable Canadians at this time.
Very short comment from the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Yes, Madam Speaker, I truly appreciate the question. At the end of the day, we often reference our healthcare workers as heroes, and that they are. But we underestimate just how important our long-haul truck drivers are to our country, to our nation. And I would like to thank them for their absolutely critical role that they've played in our economy, in our society. And of course, we need to ensure that we do whatever we can to support that industry. And you have my word and my commitment to advocate very strongly for our long-haul truck drivers, as it is absolutely critical.
The Honourable Member for Elmwood-Transcona, I believe, is rising on a point of order.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I think the member for Winnipeg North will want to know that the member for Saanich Gulf Highlands was referring to long COVID, a new medical condition that's emerging in the COVID crisis. I don't believe she was referring to long-haul truckers, although there may be some long-haul truckers who also have long COVID. But I want to address the point of order that was raised on Wednesday in respect of Bill C-19 on behalf of the NDP, to note that it's unfortunate that there does appear to be a discrepancy between the two translations and that the mistake was made. But to say that as the Speaker prepares a ruling on the matter, just to signal that New Democrats are prepared and would like to see some kind of solution that doesn't see the bill set back at all. It is an important bill, particularly in the light of the Prime Minister's refusal to commit to not calling an election unilaterally. And so it's important that this legislation progress. And we would like to see a resolution to this matter and a ruling that enables the possibility of parties working together to not set the progress of the legislation back at all, so that we can continue to move it along and to have the conversations we need to have between the parties to ensure that we can agree on a fair set of rules for a pandemic election, should one come to pass. Thank you very much.
I thank the honourable member for his contribution, and it will be duly noted for the presidency, for the Speaker to take note. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Kildonan St. Paul.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm honored to put further remarks on the record concerning Bill C-24, an act to amend the Employment Insurance Act, the Canada Recovery Benefits Act, and another act in response to COVID-19. So the four main changes in this legislation are as follows. It amends the EI Act to temporarily increase the maximum EI benefit period from 26 weeks to 50 weeks for the period beginning September 27th, 2020 and ending on September 25th, 2021. It also temporarily reduces the earnings threshold to $5,000 from an original $7,555 or $50 for self-employed workers who've opted into the EI special benefits period beginning on January 3rd, 2021 and ending September 25th, 2021. And it also closes the travel leisure loophole that was in the original legislation that was passed in September that permitted leisure travelers to, when they're quarantining for 2 weeks, to access the CRB benefits, which, as we know, is very, really seems immoral and unethical. And thankfully, this legislation moves to close that. Conservative members raised the alarm on this loophole back in December and January, and here we are 3 months later, finally closing that loophole. The Act also brings in the Minister of Health by amending the Quarantine Act and the Canada Border Service Agency by amending the Customs Act to share the Canada Recovery Benefit application information. So it would seem that this in particular is how they're going to sort of audit applicants if they've appealed for these monies following travel. Of course, there are essential travel purposes to support those with medical needs or to seek medical needs themselves outside of the country. So obviously we understand sometimes that those benefits are necessary when returning from quarantine, but certainly not from travel, as Conservative members have been raising for a number of months. And so there's been a lot of discussion this week, particularly from Liberal members, that really began very aggressively this past weekend. The Prime Minister commented on this, and the Liberals really seem to want to paint this. They wanted to paint this narrative that Conservatives were obstructionist on this legislation, which is completely untrue. And we've worked very closely with parties to ensure that this is passed. And I'll point out that the first opportunity to debate this bill in the House was Monday. So that's 5 days ago. And here we are. It's gone through second reading to committee and now back to third reading in as short as 5 days. And Madam Speaker, I'll remind you that, and members of the House, that this is $12.1 billion of spending that really went through the legislative process in 5 short days. And I know Conservatives understand, as do Canadians, that at the onset of the pandemic, it was an emergency situation. We were really trying to get money out the door to the 9 million Canadians that were instantly laid off because of the pandemic closures. We can understand that legislation was rushed through at unforeseen speed compared to normal legislative levels. Members of Parliament who've been here far longer than me will recognize and know that the speed of legislation passing in this House in the last year has been exponentially higher than any other time, probably in Canadian history. But here we are a year later, and that excuse to pass legislation that quickly, which of course diminishes oversight capabilities, our whole democratic process in this House quite substantially. Now, again, in a panic situation, it made sense. A year later, I think that excuse is beginning to lose its steam. And so that's why I was quite disappointed that this bill, which really closes out, which expands that EI benefits from 26 weeks to 50 weeks, took so long for the Liberals to bring forward. Now, again, in September, when we came together and voted, when parties voted in favor of this sort of switchover from CERB to the CRB and EI extension, the EI extension was for 26 weeks, so half a year, which ultimately brings us beginning to end March 28th is when those EI benefits begin to run out. So less than 2 weeks, about 2 weeks from now. But the odd thing is that we knew the second wave was coming. And with second waves, of course, we saw incredibly strict lockdowns that lasted for months upon months. In Manitoba, we saw those very strict lockdowns, non-essential services shut down. We saw stores where non-essential items were taped up. You could not buy them, at least in person. People were ordering them online, but we could not go into a store and buy non-essential items. Restaurants were closed. It was incredibly, incredibly strict for a number of months. And that began in mid to early November. And it also began around the same time across the country. So you would think that with some foresight from the Liberal government and the 200,000 expert civil servants that they have and the access to international economists and notable financiers, that they would have thought, maybe half a year of these EI benefits won't be enough. Those discussions, in my opinion, should have started in November. Maybe they did, but it took far too long for them to finally bring forward a legislation that extended those 26 weeks to basically a year, 50 weeks, which is needed. I mean, I think anyone in November, when these lockdowns were coming and they went through the holidays, and some regions of the country are still in those lockdowns, to think, maybe that second wave was going to take away millions of jobs, which was what happened, and which was we saw historic low loss of employment. I think 213,000 in that period of jobs were lost, or unemployment gains dropped that much. So you would think that the Liberals, with all of their experts at their fingertips, would have been establishing this legislation for an extension far earlier. And yet it was not brought forward until the end of February when opposition parties received it. And again, the first opportunity to debate it was on Monday. And so what it does, as I mentioned, it extends it to 50 weeks. So that brings us to the end of September. So what I was thinking is that, when this legislation was first brought forward in September, perhaps the Liberals, and I don't know, I can't put words in their mouth, but I would suspect they thought, okay, in 6 months, hopefully this is better now than then, and we'll start getting those jobs back. But then again, with the second wave, you would think maybe this is actually going to go down, not up like we were hoping to, and we're not going to get these jobs back. That's when this legislation should have started being planned. And when we spoke to the Canadian Labour Congress this week in committee, they mentioned that they had raised the alarm on this, that they were going to need far more than 26 weeks with the Liberal government in early January. And we know that the Liberal government is closely monitoring the labor market. So again, I just don't buy that the end of February was the earliest that the Liberal government could have brought this forward. But again, because they did so, they were really under the wire, of course, to ensure that this is passed before those EI benefits run out on March 28th. So again, lightning speed, passing this 5 days from when we first debated it. Here we are. It went through second reading, zoomed through committee, and then here we are at third reading debate, and it's going to go to the Senate. And I hope and pray that people get the benefits that they need. Again, there's 3 million Canadians that are really depending on this money. And again, it costs $12.1 billion. This bill was approved in 5 days of debate and with committee, now third reading. And so that's $6.7 billion for the CRB and $5.4 billion for the EI extension. And really the only way to change the EI extension was through legislation. We understand that the CFIB and labor groups are, of course, supportive. As the minister has pointed out to me and to others, that this bill C-24 is 11 clauses, but again, 11 clauses at a very steep cost. So I appreciate the robust debate, although very limited, that we've had in the last 5 days. It is absolutely necessary. And I very much hope that the Liberals did their due diligence on this and that we're not missing something and we're not here in a month from now, 2 months from now, fixing something that perhaps could have been caught had we had a longer time, perhaps an extra couple of weeks to debate this. But again, I think I've labored that point enough for now. Another issue on this, though, that I did have addressed with the Minister of Employment several times and with the government several times over the last number of weeks, and my colleagues in the Conservative caucus as well have brought up this very critical issue, that there is this problem between the CRB and the EI. If you don't qualify for the EI extension, you can, of course, go on the CRB. However, if you have had an EI account or an EI claim recently, what happens, there's this very archaic EI technology that sort of hangs you up. So you'll have your EI account sort of pending open, and then you try to get the CRB, which families desperately need, and you can't because there's some sort of technology problem there. And I asked CRA officials about this week, and they said, well, millions of people don't have this problem. We're very proud, as they should be, that they've gotten a lot of money out the door for people who need it. And he pointed out there's only a couple thousand people that are dealing with the CRB EI issue. But again, that's a couple thousand people, a couple thousand Canadian families that are absolutely dependent on this funding and that can't get it because of this weird technology issue. And I wonder if there had been work on this technology a year ago, and in recognition that the EI system is going to be under tremendous strain and already is an archaic system, if they had pre-planned this and invested money in technology more so than they have, because clearly it hasn't been effective at fixing this problem, that perhaps we wouldn't be here. And I continue to raise the alarm on this, as do my Conservative colleagues, and yet it's just not getting fixed. And CRA told me that, there's this number in ESDC that they can use, that people can call. And then I asked the minister, and she's like, "Oh, I haven't heard of that." Her officials checked. Yeah, there's no number, but they have a task force to fix this. But
testing
I don't.
1 2 3. Testing 1 2 3.
Sorry, pardon me, Madam Speaker. I think somebody.
The honourable members on the hybrid session could please put their mics on mute. Thank you. Please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And so the CRB issue, and again, I'll just put on the record some of the people that are being impacted by this. And I do believe it's very relevant to Bill C-24 because, again, this is the CRB EI bill, and yet there's a CRB EI technology issue that's preventing thousands of Canadians from getting the support that they desperately need and have been promised by this Liberal government. So women like Laura, she has a sick 13-year-old daughter at home and is unable to claim the Canada Recovery Caregiver benefit because of this open EI claim issue. There's a young mother, Jennifer, from Windsor, Essex area that was forced to rely on credit cards because she kept getting bounced between departments. We hear this a lot. There's just people being kicked around. Oh, we can't deal with it. Call this person. Oh, we can't deal with it. Call this person. We have Adam and Michelle, a Winnipeg couple with a newborn baby, they've been calling in shifts to CRA because we know at tax time calling CRA is an absolute nightmare. Right now, it is a nightmare times 1,000. People are calling, they're on hold for 4, 5, 6 hours, and then they get hung up on. And then they get passed around to other people. And so people are just sort of kicking the can down the road, saying some other bureaucrat will deal with it. And I just find it absolutely unacceptable that people are waiting for this money. They've been promised they need it. They've been laid off, no fault of their own. And yet they can't get through to CRA. And there's nowhere physically that they can go. Service Canada has been closed for a year. So there's nowhere that they can go to say, please, someone help me. They can't get through to a real person who can give them answers. And there's just really no fix for this. So the minister has committed to fixing it, but no deadline of when that's going to happen. And these people are just really left with no option. And the last thing I'll say about that, the further complication with this, and there's this My CRA account, and I'm actually, I've been locked out of this as well, but over 100,000 Canadians accounts were hacked into, so they've been locked out. So if you can't get through to the phone, some people will say apparently CRA, is telling people, just go online and deal with it. But then 100,000 people, they've been locked out of their CRA account because I guess we have cybersecurity issues in this country where over 100,000 people's accounts were hacked into their tax accounts. So very serious issue there that's further impacting progress and payments for these thousands of Canadian families. So I wanted to address this issue yet again and urge the Liberal government to do whatever they need to do to fix this problem. All right, and then let's talk a little bit about, I'd like to talk about what is not in this bill that should have been, or at least should have been part of the Liberal talking points that I have really yet to hear. And that's sort of, how do we get out of this? How do we get out 3 million people that are currently relying on benefits? How do we get them off benefits and back into the workforce? I don't know. I have yet to hear a plan, and that is of particular concern to me. And I know opposition parties, in particular Conservatives, now that it's been a year, we are raising the alarm. Where is the jobs plan on this? And so we know that, gosh, the numbers are really astounding, actually. We have spent unbelievable amounts of money. And I'm just looking for my stats here. So 3.17 million Canadians are on some form of temporary COVID-19 assistance. And we know that over 831,000 jobs or people are on CRB during the period of February 14th to the 27th, almost 1.8 unique applicants to CRB and $12 billion spent to date, which was double what was originally planned by the state, according to the Parliamentary Budget Office. And there are currently over 2.3 million current beneficiaries for EI, which has been $20.21 billion spent since September 21st. So these numbers are so huge, I can't even quite wrap my head around them, and they are more than's being announced. So the government, as I've said today, we've said about $12.1 billion for this bill. Based on the track record over the last year of cost overruns, it's going to be significantly more than that. And I do firmly believe that Canadians don't want to be sitting at home on employment assistance or the like. I do believe people want the integrity and the honor of having a job. I don't think Canadians want to be sitting at home. I think from what I hear from my constituents, people are going a bit crazy at home because they're stuck at home with no job. The kids are out of school. It's absolutely unbelievable the stress that particularly young parents are being put on right now. I could get into that and go on for days of the horror stories I've heard of the stress that it's putting on Canadians and on my constituents. And the minister said yesterday in HuMA committee that she did not want to come back to renew these supports via legislation, despite a rapid collaboration at committee. She made that commitment. She said, I don't want to have to come back and fix some problem on this. Straightforward piece of legislation. Let's go. I hope she's right. I hope we didn't miss something, that in a month from now, we're going to have to come back at lightning speed and fix this again. But we very well may be. But the problem is, so in Bill C-24, there is essentially a sunset clause. So it's on September 25th, 2021. That's when these CRB EI benefits are to come to a close. Now, that's about 6-7 months away. So I think we can all hope and pray that people will not need these supports then, that there will be jobs coming back. And as I've mentioned in my speech on Monday, that September 25th, 2021 kind of coincides with when the Liberal government has repeatedly promised that every Canadian will be vaccinated who wants one. And so I guess you could defer that if everyone's vaccinated, we can get the economy back to normal, jobs can come flowing back, hopefully. But again, the Liberal government has not actually made that definitive promise that when everyone is vaccinated, that the economy can open up as normal and we can go back to normal. I don't know why they haven't given us some sort of either measures or indicators.
I have to interrupt the member. You will have 4 minutes to complete your speech after oral questions. Nous allons maintenant au déclaration.
We will now proceed to member statements.
Honourable Member for Scarborough, Rouge Park.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to congratulate Gramela Prasad, Executive Director of the Malvern Family Resource Centre and a community builder, on her retirement. Gramela is a friend, mentor, and a leader. I've had the honor to work with her for over 20 years, and I've witnessed the transformative work that she has undertaken. Gramela became the executive director of MFRC 35 years ago with just 2 employees and some rented space. Gramela advocated for MFRC to have its own building. In 2014, that dream was realized with the completion of the state-of-the-art 20,000 square feet space that offers intergenerational programming to toddlers and seniors and everyone in between. Today, she has transformed this fledgling organization to have over 65 staff and helped so many turn their lives around. Gramela is blessed with an amazing partner, Rohan, and 2 sons, Robin and Devin, and their partners. Thank you, Gramela, for making our community better, and I wish you happiness and joy as you retire and spend more time with your granddaughters, Naraya.
The Honourable Member for Barrie, Springwater, Oro-Medonte.
Madam Speaker, March 8th was International Women's Day and marked the start of the Barrie Chamber of Commerce Women in Business Week. More than ever, we need to embrace opportunities to celebrate women who are leading and inspiring in our community. Some of the inspiring women in my community who are great role models are Barrie Police Chief Kimberly Greenwood, Barrie Deputy Fire Chief Carrie Clark, Dr. Marilyn Westmoynes, President and CEO Georgian College, Janice Scott, President and CEO of RVH Hospital, Barrie Councillors Anne-Marie Kungal and Natalie Harris, Oro-Medonte Councillors Tammy D'Souza and Kathy Keene, and Springwater Township Deputy Mayor Jennifer Coughlin and Councillors Wanda Ma Chapman and Anita Moore. This is an amazing list of women leading my community, and I could go on, but there are too many to name in the time I have. We still have ground to cover, but I am proud to be part of a community that encourages women in positions of leadership. Thank you to all the inspiring women in leadership roles and the example you provide to all.
Honourable Member for Mississauga East Cooksville.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's an honor and privilege for me to pay tribute to Natalie Bozzo, owner and founder of the famous San Remo Bakery. Natalie tragically passed away with COVID on February 18th. Natalie was an incredibly hardworking man, an outstanding baker. He had a passion for food that the way it could bring a smile to anyone's face. He was tough as steel and had a heart of gold. His passion was being at the bakery as he loved bringing joy to people through his food. The amount of condolence messages that have poured in these past weeks show the love that our residents truly had for this great man, great baker who was selfless and taught his family to value everything, no matter how big or small. With humble beginnings at the age of 15 in Canada to opening his own bakery, the San Remo Bakery in 1969. Natalie had come a long way and leaves an amazing legacy behind. Our sincere condolences go out to his loving wife, Nicoletta, sons Robert, Nicholas, Edward, and the entire family.
The honourable member for Vancouver East.
The world faces a global climate emergency, and the IPCC has said wealthy countries like Canada must cut their greenhouse gas emissions by at least 50% by 2030. For the last 20 years, Canada has failed to bend the curve on its GHG emissions. As Tommy Douglas said in 1971, if we could mobilize the financial and the material and the human resources of this country to fight a successful war against Nazi tyranny, we can, if we want to mobilize the same resources to fight a continual war against poverty, unemployment, and social injustice. Seth Klein, in his book, A Good War, Mobilizing Canada for the Climate Emergency, has put out 4 markers to get the job done. Spend what it takes to win, create new economic institutions such as a new generation of crown corporations to get the job done, move on voluntary and incentive-based policies to mandatory measures with clear near-term dates, and tell the truth about the severity of the crisis and what is required to rise to the challenge.
The honourable member for Saint Laurent.
Madame la Présidente, aujourd'hui...
Madam Speaker, today I pay tribute to Mr. Morris Cohen, a great man who left us on March 5th. He was a man of the people, appreciated by everyone. He was available, he had interpersonal skills, and he always listened. I am grateful for the support he offered me and for his great kindness. He was a borough councillor for 35 years and part of everything. He participated in the community and co-founded the first Jewish Francophone public school of the province, the Maimonides School, as well as the community center Petah Tikva. A man of both heart and action, he remains a model and an inspiration. Once again, my sincere condolences to his family. Let us remember him for everything that he brought to the community. I would like to extend my condolences to his wife and to his children.
And Albert Edmund.
Madam Speaker, last night the Liberals rammed through a radical expansion of medical assistance in dying to include mental illness, demonstrating the height of recklessness on the part of this government. After all, only months ago, the Minister of Justice said that such an expansion was fraught with risks, and yet they proceeded anyway, absent a meaningful parliamentary study, absent a consensus amongst experts, and in the face of leading mental health professionals who said that persons suffering from mental health challenges will prematurely end their lives. Last night's vote demonstrates what happens when a government puts blind ideology ahead of evidence-based decision-making. Shamefully, Canada's most vulnerable will pay the price.
The honourable member for Niagara Centre.
Madam Speaker, last week was Great Lakes Week, and to mark the occasion, legislators and advocates from Canada and the United States met to plan for the future. In Canada, the Great Lakes St. Lawrence Group, which I have the honor to co-chair, held a binational, multi-partisan meeting with 75 members of Congress, Canadian MPs, senators, and binational groups such as the Great Lakes Commission, the IJC, and the Great Lakes Fishery Commission. At the core of our discussion was the benefits of binational cooperation. For example, 2022 marks 50 years since our Prime Minister's father signed the Great Lakes Water Quality Agreement with our U.S. neighbors. An example of binational cooperation truly at work. Despite this example of success, there is much yet to do. Madam Speaker, the lakes are an economic engine and a binational treasure that needs our help. I look forward to the next budget and to Canada's strengthened Great Lakes commitment. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Sudbury.
Madam President, as we all know, March 8th was International Women's Day. From Agnes MacPhail, the first woman elected to this chamber in 1921, to the first gender-balanced cabinet in the G7, Canada has come a long way. But there is still a long way to go before women are genuine equals, both in society and in political life. And as Speaker, not a day goes by that I don't give thanks for the strong, capable women in my life, both personally and professionally. From my mother, who put herself through university after she had children so she could become a social worker, to my wife, who runs the largest medical dermatology practice in Northern Ontario, To my daughter studying business and playing university hockey at the University of Montreal, I am blessed with role models. Reconnaissant pour les nombreuses femmes.
I am grateful for the many strong women in my life, and I congratulate all women for their perseverance and determination day after day. We must continue to push for equality for everyone.
Remember that empowering women and girls to equally participate in economic, social, and political life benefits everyone. Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Honourable Member for St. Albert.
Prince Albert.
Madam Speaker, as we arrive at a sad milestone this week, the one-year anniversary of the COVID-19 pandemic, Canadians are looking to the government for leadership and metrics for reopening our economy. The world has had the tools to combat this virus for some time, rapid testing and effective vaccines, but this government has been slow to implement both and has increased the suffering of Canadians because of it. Our businesses and exporters must make decisions for the upcoming summer and need to know what the benchmarks are for reopening. When can they travel to meet face-to-face with customers, to take orders, keep their business, and maintain their export markets? Other countries are so far ahead of Canada in terms of vaccinating their populations that our business community is at serious risk of being left behind in the global marketplace. This week, as the United States finishes fully vaccinating almost 34 million people to Canada's 500,000 people, our businesses want this Liberal government to be transparent and tell them what the criteria is being used to reopen our economy.
The Honourable Member for Richmond Hill.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I'm pleased to rise in this House virtually to speak to Nowruz. On Saturday, March 20th at 5:37 a.m., those of Persian, Kurdish, Turkish, Azeri, Baluch, Afghan, and Pakistani descent in my riding of Richmond Hill across Canada and the world will be welcoming spring. Join at the HoC table and celebrate the New Year in Persian calendar. Next Tuesday night, at the Chorshambe Suri Fire Festival before Nowruz, many families will participate in the practice of jumping over the fire, chanting, Zardi man ast o, surkhi to az man. As we jump over the fire and light the candles at our HoC tables, we hope that the light and reviving of the nature will take away all the darkness and sorrow of the past year and bring forth lightness, hope, health, and prosperity. بدین شایستگی جشنی بدین بایستگی روزی شما را در جهان هر روز جشنی باد و نوروزی هر روزتان نوروز نوروزتان پیروز با درود. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Fundy Royal.
Madam Speaker, yesterday the Liberals invoked closure on their motion that significantly altered Bill C-7 by expanding medical assistance death to those with mental illness. They did so at the absolute last moment possible in the parliamentary process. I've received hundreds of emails, letters, and calls in opposition to Bill C-7, in particular from persons with disabilities and groups that advocate for them. Many of them wanted more time to speak out in committee against Bill C-7. Now the government has expanded Bill C-7 so that MAID will be accessible to those with mental illness. This was done with no consultation directly on this issue in the House of Commons. I call upon the government to actually listen to those who are raising concerns with their changes made by Bill C-7, be willing to address them through the upcoming parliamentary review.
The Honourable Member for Lakeland.
Madam Speaker, the Liberal Firearms Bill C-21 will ban outright all airsoft guns, most BB guns, and some paintball models in Canada, toys. But it's not just a plan to destroy a pastime enjoyed by over 64,000 players in Canada. The Liberal law risks an entire industry worth $100 million to the Canadian economy, $10 million in Quebec alone. Half the businesses in Canada tailored to these harmless hobbies expect to close for good. That includes businesses in Lakeland like Excalibur Paintball in Boyle, Alberta. Many business owners say Bill C-21 is the bitter end of airsoft and paintball in Canada, and that includes most BB guns, which most of us probably remember Target shooting pop cans with as kids. Because of these Liberals, 1,500 Canadians will likely lose their jobs. And for what? So this is the Liberal plan, taking legal firearms off the ranges, banning toys while leaving illegal guns in the hands of gangs and criminals, and reducing penalties for serious and violent crimes. It just makes no sense.
Honourable Member for North Island, Powell River.
Madam Speaker, my office is receiving hundreds of messages every day on dental care.
One senior said, I live on a tight budget. In January of this year, I needed serious dental surgery. To afford the $1,800, she's living frugally, cutting her own hair, turning down her heat, walking rather than driving. Marissa needs over $4,000 worth of dental work, but she gets only $1,000 for dental every 2 years on disability, and she is in extreme pain. Diane in Powell River worked for 41 years in an office, and her retirement income is $1,400 a month. Every 6 months, she pays the $264, which she cannot afford, to take care of her teeth. She needs to replace 2 old fillings, but at almost $400, how? Many constituents have said their last visit to the dentist was 5 years or more, some as long as 15 years ago. It is time that we add dental care to the mix. Canadians are suffering without it. People's health depend on it.
Honorable député de Rivière-des-Mille-Îles.
The Honourable Member for Rivière-des-Mille-Îles. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Today, I wish to highlight the extraordinary initiative of a business in my riding. Christy Inamet and Mr. Martin donated 16 laptops to community organizations. I am proud that my team and I have played this role of facilitator. That means that seniors, handicapped individuals, people experiencing homelessness will see increased access to the world thanks to these tools. The business opened the door to other donations in the next few months, but even better, employees are following this example of generosity and have decided to offer some volunteer time to the community. This exceptional collaboration allows us to draw more closely the social safety net around those in need in my riding. This makes a difference and is a great example to follow. Thank you, Mr. Roy.
Député de Louis-Saint-Laurent.
The Honourable Member for Louis-Saint-Laurent. Mr. Jocelyn Paul has just been promoted to the rank of Lieutenant General of the Canadian Army. We've known each other since we were teens, and he's a Huron-Wendat from Wendake, proud of his roots and his nation. Soldier for 35 years, he has always served with honor and dignity. On my Facebook page, I received hundreds of comments, including one from Patrick Bédard, who served with him in Afghanistan in 2009. After his return to Canada, Jocelyn took the time to come to the house and see how I was doing, how I was adapting and healing. He also talked with my spouse and children. I appreciated his gesture, and it showed the very human side of this warrior. Nearly 3,000 members of various First Nations serve in our armed forces. There are measures in place to recruit them, such as the Carcajou program launched by Luc Obomsawin, an Abenaki man who unfortunately died last year. Jocelyn said that when I talk to young Indigenous people about having a career in the armed forces, I tell them what you're doing by going to the armed forces is what our ancestors have always been doing. Lieutenant General Jocelyn Paul is a source of pride and inspiration for our nation, army, and country. Bravo, my general.
Wellington.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to thank the countless women and men in Halton Region and across Canada who are working nonstop to get our seniors and most vulnerable vaccinated. As of March 11th, 17,884 Halton residents 80 years of age or older have booked their appointments to get vaccinated. Hardworking Halton paramedics like Lindsay Henderson and Vanessa Viss, led by Greg Sage, and Halton public health staff led by Dr. Hamadi Magani have been vaccinating seniors and priority healthcare workers daily and will continue to do so as more vaccines roll into Halton. I also want to thank my colleague, the Minister of Public Services and Procurement, who has worked tirelessly to bring vaccines to Canada. This week, Halton Region will be receiving their first shipment of Moderna and an increase in vaccines in the following weeks. Thanks to everyone who continues to keep us safe. Together, we will get through this.
Questions orales. Oral questions. L'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Louis-Saint-Laurent. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, there's another troubling situation for our armed forces. Yesterday on CBC, retired sergeant gave disturbing testimony. He said that officers regularly interfere in ongoing investigations concerning sexual assault. And whereas the reporting rate in civil society is 42%, in the Army it's only 14%. When will the government take serious measures to deal with this issue in the Army? The Honourable Minister.
Madam Speaker, we have no tolerance for any form of sexual misconduct. This is something we take very, very seriously. I want to acknowledge the courage of the survivors who have come forward. The minister has always ensured that any allegations that are brought to his attention have been reported to the appropriate authorities to begin investigations regardless of rank or position. Every person deserves a safe work environment. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent. Madam Speaker, if the government was really serious, as they said, well, they wouldn't have appointed someone who just a few weeks later had to resign because he was under investigation. Now, this week on TVA, retired General Lantier did not mince words. He said this is a terrible shock for the institution, a significant crisis. It hurts the credibility in the institution. Madam Speaker, why would a former retired general be so outraged to see it's understandable why he's so outraged to see how the government is handling the situation. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Madam Speaker, our government has no tolerance for sexual misconduct. It is absolutely unacceptable that there would be these allegations and that anyone coming forward with a complaint would be threatened. While institutional cultural change is complex and takes time, it is important to have zero tolerance here. We want to make sure that anyone who wants to come forward is comfortable doing so. Women and men, all forms of Canadians have our support. The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent. Well, it's incredible to hear the member saying that, we need patience here because for 3 years, the Minister of Defence knew that there was a problem and did nothing. For 3 years, the Prime Minister said that he knew nothing, but later he said that actually his office did know and they did nothing. And when you look at retired Lieutenant Generals saying that this makes no sense, well, it's time for the government to take action. Now, the Prime Minister is so sensitive to his personal image, but does he know that currently Canada's image abroad has been tarnished by this irresponsible government? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madame la Présidente.
Madam Speaker, what I said is that we can't be patient anymore. This does deserve our attention, and in fact, after having been informed, having informed the Minister of Concerns, the former ombudsman was contacted by the PCO to open an investigation. Politicians should not be leading investigations. Every allegation of sexual misconduct and harassment is always referred to the appropriate authorities. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
For Portage Lisgar.
I cannot believe, Mr. Speaker, that parliamentary secretary standing up and defending the actions of the Prime Minister of this country and the Minister of Defence of this country when they not only turned a blind eye, but they continued to cover up these serious allegations. And maybe she can say it wasn't their responsibility to investigate, but it was the Prime Minister's responsibility and the Minister of Defence's responsibility to follow through and ensure that it was investigated, that this woman was taken seriously, that she was not disregarded, and by doing so, shaming and hurting all
Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And as the Minister has said repeatedly, any allegations that were brought forward were immediately put to the proper authorities. In fact, the very next day, after informing the Minister of his concerns, the former Ombudsman was contacted by PCO to begin an investigation. Politicians, I think we all agree, are not the ones who should be conducting these kinds of investigations. Every single investigation of sexual misconduct and harassment is always referred to the appropriate authorities. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honourable Member for Portage Lisgar.
Well, it turns out the way this Prime Minister and the Minister of Defence handled General Vance's allegations is basically how they handle most sexual misconduct. By doing the worst thing a leader can do when faced with harassment allegations. Say, not a big deal, maybe she experienced it differently, then cover it up, claim it's not their job, and allow it to continue. That's what these two Liberal men did, this Prime Minister and this Minister of Defence. There is no defence for it. Why did they fail the men and women in uniform so badly?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, we know it is evident in the Canadian Armed Forces that there are cultural problems of intolerance, harassment, and abuse, which is completely unacceptable. We are examining various measures to ensure that there are tangible supports for those who come forward with allegations of assault or harassment. It is clear that the measures that we have done already, and those are many, since being in government haven't gone far enough. They haven't moved fast enough. As we have stated, the time for patience is over, and we will move faster. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Manicouagan. Madam Speaker, on March 25th, the Government of Quebec will table its budget. That means that there is less than 2 weeks for the federal government to announce that it will do its part in order to increase the health transfers. Madam Speaker, we're entering into year 2 of COVID-19. It's important to repeat, this is a public health crisis. This is a fight being led by health staff, and that means that there are costs involved. Will the government announce before March 25th that it will increase the health transfers? The Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I want to thank the honourable member for the question. Your governments at all levels are working together to keep Canadians safe from COVID-19. As part of our response to the pandemic, we announced our $19 billion Safe Restart Agreement to help provinces and territories restart their economies safely while we continue to respond to COVID-19. This funding is in addition to the $40 billion we already provide to provinces and territories each year through the Canada Health Transfer. We will keep working with the provinces and territories so that we can fight COVID-19 together.
The Honourable Member for Manicouagan. Madam Speaker, we're talking about health transfers, so I'll try again. Quebec is tabling its budget on the 25th, Ontario on the 24th. So again, Quebec and all of the provinces are calling on the federal government to do its fair share by increasing the health transfers. If the government doesn't announce at least its intention to increase the health transfers within the next 2 weeks, that means that Quebec and the provinces will have to start making difficult choices to cover for the federal government's underfunding. Will the government announce that it will be noticing that the pandemic is putting this pressure on health staff? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you again, Madam Speaker. Since the beginning of this pandemic, we've sent billions to support provinces and territories through the Safe Restart Agreement and to help healthcare systems across the country. We provided additional support in the fall economic statement, and we will continue to be there for Canadians, all Canadians, to keep them safe from COVID-19.
The Honourable Député.
The Honourable Member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Madam Speaker, last November, during his appearance on the show Tout le monde en parle, the Minister of Heritage said that the web giants will finally be taxed starting in the next budget. But guess what? The Liberal government has just said they won't be tabling a budget in March, so it's been postponed again. In the end, it's not just the Prime Minister who wants a spring election. The web bandits, who are raking in huge profits year after year, must be on their knees climbing the stairs of St. Joseph's Oratory right now, praying that they can continue saving billions of dollars in taxes. Mr. Minister, you promised Quebecers to tax web giants quickly. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
We all have a choice of whether to complain or to take action for change. Our Broadcast Act hasn't been revised since 1991, when we were still renting movies from stores rather than streaming services. Times have changed, and we are modernizing the Broadcasting Act to make sure that web giants pay their fair share for our Canadian stories and music. I hope that the member opposite will be willing to commit extra hours at committee so that we can act together for the necessary changes to our outdated Broadcasting Act.
Honourable Member for North Island Powell River.
Madam Speaker, BC prawn fishers are worried about their livelihoods as DFO is changing its interpretation of prawn fishing regulations, which have been in place for 50 years with no issues. In 2 days alone, I have received over 1,000 emails from my region. Changing the regulations without reason or warning would be devastating. Will the minister explain what is happening in DFO? How many announcements will she make with no plan in place? And will she give assurance to workers that their jobs are not on the line?
The Honourable Minister.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Our government supports a careful approach to fisheries management that would focus on health and sustainability. monitoring in the shrimp harvest is a cautious approach here because it allows us to ensure that shrimp are harvested sustainably. We know that the next season will be a transitional one, and we need to work together to find a long-term solution.
Merci, Madame.
The honourable member for Wellington Halton Hills.
Madame la Présidente, la semaine
Madam Speaker, last week, the European Union and the United States announced joint sanctions against those responsible for imprisoning Alexei Navalny and other protesters. But Canada was absent. Activist Vladimir Kara-Murza said that Canada's absence was concerning and inexplicable. Why doesn't this government work with our allies to maintain the international order, which is based on rules?
Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam President. Canada strongly supports the decision made by the United States and the EU on the adoption of sanctions against Russian officials responsible for arbitrary detention, prosecution, and the attempted assassination of Alexei Navalny. 2 of the 4 individuals targeted by the EU have already been sanctioned by Canada. And when it comes to further sanctions from Canada, all options are on the table, and we continue to call on Russian authorities to immediately release Mr. Navalny and all those detained for exercising their rights of freedom of speech and of assembly.
Honourable member for Wellington Halton Hills.
Well, Madam Speaker, the government isn't acting multilaterally. Last month, the FBI placed Russian oligarch Yevgeny Prigozhin on its most wanted list for interfering in the 2016 U.S. election. Twitter released evidence that Prigozhin's Internet Research Agency has targeted Canada with thousands of disinformation tweets. Oligarchs target Canada with disinformation, target members of this government, and undermine our democracy, yet the government fails to sanction them. Why is this government not working multilaterally and joining our allies in applying Magnitsky sanctions on oligarchs like Prigozhin?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And as I said, we have already targeted 2 individuals with sanctions that the EU had on their list. We'll continue to keep every option on the table, as we will continue to work multilaterally, as we will continue to express our strong concern that Russian authorities immediately release Mr. Navalny, immediately allow those who are being detained to exercise their rights of freedom of speech and assembly. We'll continue to do this, and we will do it multilaterally in constant conversation.
Member for Wellington Halton Hills.
Madam Speaker, last month, Parliament recognized a genocide against Muslims is taking place in China. This week, a coalition of experts, including 2 former Liberal ministers of justice and a former Liberal minister of foreign affairs, concluded that a genocide is taking place. This week, the United States called out China at the United Nations for this genocide. Yesterday, Romeo Dallaire, who witnessed the Rwandan genocide, said a genocide is taking place and the government must act. When will this government recognize that a genocide is taking place in China?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I thank the member for his question. I think he knows that I take this issue very seriously, as does our government. We're aware of the independent reports. We're aware of comments made by others, and we will continue to address the situation that has been addressed by this Parliament. We take these issues seriously. As we have repeatedly said, we'll remain deeply disturbed by troubling reports of human rights violations in Xinjiang, and we take allegations of genocide very seriously. And we'll work in collaboration with allies and others to make sure that we have those opinions expressed clearly and strongly to China.
Honourable député. Honourable member for Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord. Madam Speaker, last week the Minister of Fisheries and Oceans announced that an Indigenous fishery will now be authorized after fishing rights were granted to traditional fishermen in the Maritimes and in Quebec. This led to an outcry from all of the coastal communities concerned, Indigenous and non-Indigenous alike, who deplore the fact that they were never consulted. After this rushed declaration, what measures will be put in place to ensure the sustainability of all coastal communities that depend on the same resource?
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
The Honourable Minister. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Our government is committed to an approach based on the recognition of treaty rights and conservation and sustainability, as well as stable and transparent fisheries management. The rules need to be applied to all fishers, and this means that the Minister of Fisheries and Oceans will work together with all stakeholders in order to ensure that that fishing happens safely and sustainably for everyone.
Member for Tubik-Mektaquac.
Madam Speaker, on March 3rd, DFO tweeted a statement from the Fisheries Minister that was supposed to be, and I quote, "a new path for First Nations who want to fish in pursuit of a moderate livelihood this season. Indigenous and non-Indigenous harvesters have rejected the minister's statement, and now she is the only one on her new path. No Canadian wants to see a repeat of the chaos that this minister's mismanagement created last fall, but her inability to provide any clarity is only increasing uncertainty and tensions. And we know that where there's uncertainty, there will be instability. When will the minister provide a clear and full plan for implementing treaty rights for the sake of all harvesters?"
The Honourable Minister. Thank you, Madam Speaker. The court affirmed of the First Nations fishing rights, and we have never stopped working to implement that right. This allows First Nations to safely exercise their fishing rights this season before the conclusion of the final treaty. Fish stocks can be fished in a sustainable manner, and the approach must always be based on conservation and sustainability.
Honourable Member for West Nova.
Madam Speaker, on March 3rd, the Minister of Fisheries issued a statement that was supposedly meant to bring clarity and certainty ahead of the spring lobster fishery. This 180-degree change in direction has failed to set a path that would bring back peace, security, and fairness for all participants in the lobster fishery. Now, we didn't get an answer to the member for Tubik-Mektaquac, but can the minister confirm today in this House when the details of her so-called interim plan will be finally disclosed?
Honourable Minister.
Merci, Madame. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Our government is committed to an approach based on the recognition of Indigenous treaty rights, conservation, sustainability, and sustainable and transparent fisheries management. The lobster stocks are healthy, and this season we will ensure that they are harvested sustainably and transparently. All fishers, including First Nations fishers, are focused on conservation and will all be encouraged to fish peacefully. The Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thousands of people learned that they had been victims of fraud with the CERB and that they'll have to pay tax. Obviously, the CRA is investigating, and at the end of the investigation, the victims won't have to pay the tax. But the investigation has been dragging on, and the deadline for filing taxes is approaching. So the CRA is saying, well, pay now and we'll pay you back later. But the government caused this fraud. They chose not to verify the identities of CERB applicants. So can they give victims a break while the investigation happens? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madame la Présidente. L'Agence de Revenu.
The Canada Revenue Agency takes this issue very seriously. We have set up measures to avoid fraudulent claims. Canadians who receive a T4A for CERB payments can contact the CRA as soon as possible. Victims of fraud will not be held responsible for the money.
Témiscamingue.
The Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Clearly, the Parliamentary Secretary hasn't been working with the CRA here. The victims of fraud don't have to pay money on they didn't receive, even if Ottawa is promising to reimburse them. People saw what happened with the Phoenix Pay system, so they have no idea how many months or years or centuries they'll have to wait to get their money back. The government decided not to verify the identities of CERB applicants, And it's their choice that they should take responsibility. Now, will they leave the victims of fraud alone until the investigation is concluded? Thank you. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Speaker, and I'll repeat these lines in English just so I'm clear. The Canadian Revenue Agency takes the protection of taxpayer information very seriously. We have put in place robust safeguards in place to identify fraudulent emergency and recovery claims. We will work with the victims of fraud, and they will not be held responsible for any money paid out to scammers using their identity. Thank you, Madame la Présidente.
The Honourable Member for Lakeland.
Madam Speaker, the Liberals defend their hotel quarantine program despite reports of sexual assault, scarce food and water, unsafe living conditions, and unanswered calls for help. This week, the Liberals admitted they had no science or data to back up their hotel quarantine rule in the first place. But the Public Safety Minister also said home quarantines are, quote, working. So the only evidence the Liberals really have is this. Their mandatory hotel quarantine puts Canadians in danger. Will they shut it down right now?
Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Canada has some of the strictest travel and border measures in the world. But with new variants of concern, we know that we need to take further steps to protect Canadians from COVID-19 and COVID-19 variants. We've been clear from the start of this pandemic, Madam Speaker, that no one should be traveling. Doing so can put you and your loved ones at risk. We will always act to protect Canadians. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Calgary Skyview.
Madam Speaker, throughout this pandemic, we have consistently seen this government institute policies without taking into consideration the impact it has on women. The government's continual refusal to do a GBA Plus analysis on their policies has resulted in women being placed in unsafe isolation scenarios that leave them vulnerable without the assurances they need to feel protected. When will this Liberal government suspend their hotel quarantine and do a rigorous review of this policy, including a GBA Plus analysis, to ensure women are safe and secure?
Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, I'd like to thank the member opposite for her question and thank her for her hard work and passion on the GBA and the women's file. I'd like to give her confidence that since 2018, the GBA Lens Plus has been put on every guiding framework for budgeting processes in Canada. It promotes equality throughout the federal budget process. And since 2015, nearly 200,000 public servants, parliamentarians, and parliamentary staff have taken the GBA Plus. I encourage everyone to do so. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Yellowhead.
Madam Speaker, the government has completely bungled their quarantine hotel scheme. Conservatives have been calling for a post-arrival testing regime since the beginning. The Calgary International Airport pilot project showed that this could be done successfully. I recently met with travel agents to discuss the impacts of COVID on the sector and their path to recovery. Madam Speaker, when will the government abandon their failed hotel quarantine debacle and instead implement post-arrival testing?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Again, Canada has some of the strictest travel and border measures in the world. Again, new variants of concern have made it very important that we take further steps to protect Canadians from COVID-19. We've been clear from the start of this pandemic that no one should be traveling. We have to get that message through. Doing so can put you and your loved ones at risk. Madam Speaker, from the start, we've had the safety and health of Canadians in mind, and we will always act to protect that.
Honourable Member for Dufferin-Caledon.
Madam Speaker, with all due respect, the answer to that question is absolute garbage. Get off the talking points. Canadians can, returning, drive across the border and avoid this quarantine hotel. It is politics above science. We actually have something that will work. Rapid testing for pre-departure and arrivals. When will the government admit this is politics over science and cancel this horrendous hotel quarantine program?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, just for a moment, let me clarify that it's that party on that side of the House that has always put politics over science. From day one, our response to COVID-19 has been guided by science and evidence. We're working closely with provinces and territories to ensure that they have the tools to respond to COVID-19, and that includes millions of items of PPE, rapid tests, millions and millions and millions of rapid tests, Madam Speaker, and on-the-ground support through the Canadian Red Cross. gives me a moment, Madam Speaker, to thank our amazing healthcare workers, caregivers, and essential workers for their tireless efforts in these challenging...
Honourable Member for Victoria.
Madam Speaker, Canada has missed every single climate target. We are the only G7 country whose emissions have actually increased instead of decreased since the Paris Agreement. The world's top climate scientists are telling us that the next 10 years are the most important. We need climate action, a just transition for workers, and climate accountability now, not a decade from now. The Liberals promised milestone targets every 5 years, but then left 2025 out of their climate bill. Are they that scared of accountability, or do they not agree that the next 10 years are the most critical? Why won't the Prime Minister commit to a 2025 target?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. This Canadian Net Zero Emissions Accountability Act has robust accountability and transparency. Just to name a few aspects, a legally binding process for the federal government to set climate targets and bring forward plans to meet those targets, rigorous ongoing progress reports, yearly reports by the independent advisory body, ongoing audits by the Commissioner of the Environment and Sustainable Development, just to name a few. The Minister has been very clear in his willingness to consider amendments, but those amendments can only begin to be considered by the committee. I hope that the member and her party and other climate-supporting MPs in this House join us in moving this bill to committee as soon as possible.
Member for Elmwood Transcona.
Madam Speaker, on Wednesday, more than 30 organizations called on the Prime Minister to support a temporary waiver of certain intellectual property rights at the World Trade Organization. The TRIPS provisions treat vaccine technology and knowledge as the private property of pharmaceutical companies, but the research was paid for with over $100 billion of public funds from across the world, including Canada. The purpose of the vaccine isn't to pad the pockets of multinational corporations. It's to protect public health and get the economy back on track. So when will the Liberals stop putting profit before people and sign on to this important initiative?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, allow me to thank my honourable colleague for his question. It is important for our government that there is a just global recovery from the COVID-19 pandemic. Canada is a strong proponent of multilateral rules-based system within the WTO context. We're committed to ensuring strong, resilient global medical supply chains and have reached out to the waiver proponents to better understand their concerns. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Scarborough Centre.
Madam Speaker, this week we are celebrating women and the role they play in our society. While we have made a lot of progress towards equality, we know we have a lot of work left to do. The COVID-19 pandemic is disproportionately impacting women as well as racialized and Indigenous communities. Some are calling it She Session. In December, the government launched the 2030 Challenge to encourage gender parity and representation at the decision-making table. Could the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Innovation, Science and Industry please provide an update on this program? Thank you, Madam
Secretary.
Madam Speaker, I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for her tireless advocacy and for her very timely question. Research, as she knows full well, shows that diversity in leadership leads to better business outcomes. To this end, our government launched the 50-30 Challenge several months ago. This program seeks to amplify the voices of women and other underrepresented groups in our corporate boardroom. And the member will be happy to know, as will other Canadians, that to date, 1,000 Canadian companies across our country have not only...
Member for Kildonan and St. Paul.
In 2018, the Liberals attempted to cut $2.5 million from the Canadian Institute for the Blind's Accessible Book Program, but the disability community fought back. Nonprofits NELS and CELA now administer the program and provide 3 million Canadians with reading disabilities access to books and resources at no extra cost to them. This year, in the middle of a pandemic, the Liberals plan to cut $4 million from NELS and CELA that provide Canadians with disabilities access to Braille, audiobooks, and other accessible reading materials. This cut is just wrong, Madam Speaker. Will the minister commit to restoring their funding, yes or no?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the honourable member for the very important question. We strongly believe that everyone should be able to access information and reading material, and that's why we signed on to the Marrakesh Treaty 4 years ago, and why we have been working closely with all stakeholders, including disability groups and the publishing industry, on an agreed-upon plan to transition the industry to one where books are born accessible. We know that the pandemic has impacted the timeline and the realization of this transition, and we are working with stakeholders to ensure that they are supported and alternate format materials remain available. I am confident, Madam Speaker, that we will find a solution.
The honourable member for Bruce Grey Owen.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. He didn't answer the question. Many seniors across Canada are like my 98-year-old grandmother living in long-term care homes with limited social and family contact that has been further reduced by the pandemic. Many have visual impairments or are legally blind. They're dependent on much-needed accessible reading materials that are provided through CELA and NEL's organizations. This is even more critical in rural Canada where access and resources are limited. Yet this Liberal government has decided to cut $4 million in essential funding for them. Why? My 98-year-old grandmother and millions of Canadians want to know.
Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And again, I thank the honourable member for the important question. As I stated prior, we strongly believe that everyone should be able to access information and reading material. I am confident, Madam Speaker, that we will find a solution that keeps us on the path to accessible publishing, and we will continue to work with our partners in the disability community to make sure that we have a barrier-free and accessible Canada. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honourable member for Thornhill.
Madam Speaker, to demands of Canada's Iranian and Jewish communities that Iran's Revolutionary Guard Corps be added to Canada's list of terror groups, the minister deflected, saying 4 proxy IRGC agencies, including the Quds Force, are already listed. That listing, by the way, was in 2012 by our Conservative government. But when this House voted overwhelmingly to list the IRGC in its entirety, the member for Scarborough Southwest cast a yea vote. Madam Speaker, can the Minister of Public Safety explain his change of mind?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Merci beaucoup, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. The list is an important tool in preventing crimes in Canada. And we depend on our agencies to add new entities to the list. Our intelligence and law enforcement agencies do incredible work to protect Canadians. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honourable member for Essex.
Madam Speaker, Essex-Windsor has one of the largest advanced manufacturing hubs in Canada. Over $3.3 billion in GDP, 1,000 plus manufacturers creating thousands of high-paying jobs. This does not include those servicing these businesses, its supply chain, and those who export their services to the U.S., another $1 billion in GDP. When will this government end punitive measures at the border and designate the owners, employees, and customers of these businesses essential commerce?
L'honorable secrétaire parlementaire. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, I'm happy to take this question from my colleague because supporting small businesses and our exporters is exactly what this government has been doing since day one of the pandemic. I'd be happy to sit down with my colleague opposite to discuss these particular issues, but let me remind all members of this House of the fantastic news that we received this morning regarding our job numbers. We have now the lowest unemployment rate since the start of the pandemic. This is good news for Canadian workers and our exporters, and I would like to thank all Canadians for helping us create 260,000 jobs in February.
L'honorable député de Saint-Jean.
The honourable member for Saint-Jean. Madam Speaker, when it comes to business models, there's nothing more typically Quebec than sugar shacks. Maybe it's too typically Quebec, in fact, because when the Bloc raised the issue several times, the problem that sugar shacks are falling through the cracks of the business assistance programs, well, Ottawa didn't even seem to know what we were talking about. Sugar shacks make their entire revenue in 2 months in the spring, which means that after losing their entire season in 2020 during the first wave, they are now going to lose their revenue for a second year during the second wave. When will the government implement specific assistance for sugar shacks? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. We all want to support our sugar shacks. We know how important this industry is in Quebec. I would like to remind my colleague and all Quebecers that today the unemployment rate in Quebec is 6.2%. That is similar to pre-COVID times, and we are very proud of our entrepreneurs who own sugar shacks and who are continuing to work hard in order to create jobs. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. The Honourable Member for Saint-Jean. Madam Speaker, we need to act now. Things are urgent for sugar shacks because if the government doesn't do something, 75% of sugar shacks might go bankrupt this spring. As the season begins, I would like to remind the government that most of the Quebec population is still in red zones. Sugar shacks may lose their entire revenue for 2 years in a row, and there is no federal assistance tailored for their reality. Madam Speaker, we're talking about part of Quebec identity and part of our heritage. It's appreciated the world over, and it may disappear. When will the minister take action? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I agree with my colleague. Sugar shacks are an important sector in the rural regions of Quebec. We want to help them through our various programs, as we've done with many other small businesses. I'd like to also say that there was a record year in maple production last year, and so we would like to congratulate people in the sector, and I'd also like to encourage all my colleagues to participate in the My Sugar Shack at Home initiative. That's a good way to support them.
Madam Speaker, the Liberals are seeking to target law-abiding firearms owners with onerous new rules, all the while eliminating mandatory jail time for serious firearms offenses, including weapons trafficking and robbery with a gun. Why is it that when the Liberals talk about getting tough on guns, they mean getting tough on law-abiding Canadians while going soft on criminals?
L'honorable secrétaire parlementaire.
Oui, merci beaucoup, Madame la Présidente. Et ça pourrait difficilement être plus faux. On ne s'en prend d'aucune manière aux propriétaires d'armes à feu légitimes.
Madam Speaker, that is not true. Rather, we are not planning to hurt law-abiding firearm owners. We know that the Conservatives want to weaken firearm protections in Canada. We, on the other hand, will strengthen them, and we are investing in our border services as well as law enforcement agencies like the RCMP in order to crack down on traffickers and offenders, and we will further crack down on firearm smuggling. These measures will help us better control firearms. The Honourable Member for Bellechasse-les-Échemins-Lévis. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Well, since it's Friday today, I have an easy question for the Liberals. Who is going to pay the federal debt? Since the Liberals have been in power, all they've done is plunge this country into debt. Money has been spent in immense amounts. The debt is going up, and what's going to happen? Well, Canadians will have to pay for this debt, and the interest bill will be very high. So my question is simple. When will the Liberals table a clear plan for our economic recovery in order to protect future generations? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Merci pour la question, Madame la Présidente.
The interpreter apologizes, but the quality of the sound does not permit interpretation.
Important pour eux de décider.
L'honorable ministre a des difficultés de.
I'm sorry, there are some connection issues. I'm sorry, we can barely hear you, Minister.
Issues, Minister. We are hearing you very badly and in slow motion.
Est-ce que je dois continuer ou...
Should I continue?
Notre collègue de répondre.
Hein? Oh oui, ça serait mieux de changer, s'il vous plaît. L'honorable leader du gouvernement à la Chambre.
The Honourable Government House Leader. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I will answer my colleague for Lévis. Well, I would ask him, where would he decide to cut? Because we have taken action to help society. Seniors, youth, families, CERB, the wage subsidy, those are examples of our programs. we don't want to leave anyone behind. We want to be there for Canadians. So what I would ask my colleague is, where would he decide to cut?
For Cypress Hills Grasslands.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Once again, Canada could fall behind with the Liberals' weaker version of NAFTA. After a 3-year grace period, there will be tariffs if we don't regionally source the vast majority of lithium for electric vehicles. The government makes big plans and promises for a green transition, but there's a problem. Approval for new projects will take at least 3 to 10 years. The Anti-Pipeline Impact Assessment Act is also creating uncertainty for the Liberals' green transition. Will the Liberals finally admit it's time to repeal Bill C-69?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for his question. We've committed to Canadians that we would not only take action to reduce our GHG emissions and not only meet but exceed our Paris Agreement targets, but that we'd also do so by growing the economy at the same time. And that's what we are delivering on and have delivered on over the last 5 to 6 years. Just look at our most recent strengthened climate plan, Madam Speaker, which not only shows in detail how we are going to reach and exceed our Paris Agreement targets, but also shows how we're going to create well-paying jobs in the process. It's what Canadians expect from us, and it's exactly what we're going to deliver on.
The Honourable Member for Lac Saint-Louis.
Nous avons tous reconnu.
Madam Speaker, over the last year, we've all learned that it's important to be active and be able to move around while, of course, respecting health guidelines. Canadians are starting to think about investments that could enable us to start a solid, sustainable economic recovery. That's why I was pleased to learn that significant federal funding will be earmarked for active transport. Can the Minister of Infrastructure tell us more about how the Government of Canada will support expanding community pathways throughout the country? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. I'd like to thank the member for his question. Madam Speaker, we are the first federal government to earmark $400 million to building and expanding better pedestrian and cycling pathways. Active transportation is pleasant and healthy, and it's also better for the environment. It enables Canadians to save money, and it makes communities more accessible and connected. These are projects that can be implemented rapidly, and they create jobs and economic growth, while also creating healthy and better connected communities.
Honourable Member for Battle River Crowfoot.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Enbridge's Line 5 is critical national infrastructure, but like the entire Canadian resource sector, it faces phasing out because of the Liberals' energy policy. The minister said, quote, "We are fighting for Line 5, end quote. But Canadians are asking if the Liberals actually back this pipeline, or is it simply another hollow and hypocritical promise like their failed silence on Keystone XL? Or maybe they only care about fighting when it affects regions of the country where they actually get a few votes."
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, Line 5 is non-negotiable. People will not be left out in the cold. There are hundreds of thousands of homes on both sides of the border that depend on it for heating. Tens of thousands of jobs on both sides of the border depend on it. We take threats to Canadian energy security very seriously. We are standing up for energy workers. Crude oil exports, by the way, are at pre-pandemic volumes, 4 straight months of GDP growth with 6.1% growth in the last quarter. That's the largest of any sector in our economy by far. We are proud of our energy workers. They are leading the way. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Fundy Royal.
Madam Speaker, this government has indicated they plan to finally move forward with a parliamentary review of Canada's medical assistance in dying legislation, nearly 1 year late. Persons with disabilities and mental health advocates are worried that their concerns will continue to be ignored. They are concerned that engaging in the process will be a waste of their time. Can the minister confirm that all options will be on the table with this review, including reversing some of the changes pushed through in Bill C-7?
Honourable Minister.
Madam Speaker, I thank the member opposite for that question. Yesterday, we moved a very important step closer to passing the critical changes to medical assistance in dying through Bill C7. We listened through this process to more than 300,000 Canadians. We heard from countless experts, spent more than 45 hours of debate on this important legislation, but the job is clearly not done yet. We finally brought, unfortunately, obstruction by the official opposition, the Conservative Party, to an end in this House. Now it's up to the other place, the Senate, to complete this bill's journey so that these critical changes can become law and that suffering can end for Canadians. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Yorkton Melville.
Speaker, last night Canadians watched on the Fifth Estate as Jessica Miller revealed her experiences of sexual abuse by a superior while at sea. Under the guise of Operation Honour, she hoped for justice. Instead, like so many others, her perpetrator received a code of conduct discipline violation, no criminal charges, and a move on the posting to his choice. The minister sat on his hands for 3 years after learning of sexual misconduct allegations against General Vance. Why is he failing to protect women in the military?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, we know that every single woman who serves this country in the Canadian Armed Forces deserves to be safe while doing so. We have no tolerance for misconduct. It is unacceptable that anyone with these allegations of assault or harassment who come forward be themselves victims of bullying or threats. Though institutional culture is complex and takes time, as I've said earlier, the time for patience is over. We need to make sure that everyone who comes forward feels comfortable doing so, and I encourage them to come forward. Thank you.
Honorable Député d'Alfred Pellin.
The Honourable Member for Alfred Pellin.
Seniors have faced immense difficulty during the pandemic. They've needed extra support to deal with the challenges created by COVID-19. The New Horizons for Seniors program is an example of the community-level projects we can fund to make the difference in people's lives. Can the Minister of Seniors please tell us what this program is doing for seniors in my riding and across Canada who need support in their day-to-day lives? Thank you.
Honourable Minister.
I will take it, Madam Chair.
Honourable Member for his important question and for his advocacy on behalf of seniors. The pandemic has been hard on all of us, but it has been hardest on seniors because they are at greater risk. Our government was able to quickly enable organizations to modify New Horizons for Seniors projects. Our fantastic community partners took projects that were meant to be done in person and moved them online. Or groceries. Total, we funded over 2,000 New Horizons Seniors. We'll have more to announce for additional projects to support seniors across the country. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Courtenay Alberni.
Madam Speaker, the government failed to take action on the systemic racism against Mi'kmaq fishers in Nova Scotia. And now, instead of engaging in a nation-to-nation relationship, the government is imposing unilateral decisions on them that continue a pattern of paternalistic and oppressive behavior. This isn't reconciliation. The minister has failed to protect Mi'kmaq fishers and uphold treaty rights, and her latest decision could lead to more harm and violence against Indigenous people. If this is this government's most important relationship, when will the minister reverse her unjust decision that will punish Mi'kmaq fishers?
Honourable Minister.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. La Cour suprême a affirmé.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Supreme Court has reaffirmed Indigenous fishing rights, and we will continue to work to implement that right. This means permitting First Nations to exercise their rights safely this year while a final agreement is being negotiated. We must also guarantee that stocks are fished in a sustainable manner, and all measures must be based on stock conservation and transparent fisheries management. Thank you.
For Kitchener South, Hespler.
Madam Speaker, we know that reliable public transportation will be essential as we build toward economic recovery. Public transit links can widen people's job search area, and it's essentially important for lower income groups who lack access to vehicles. Tech companies in Waterloo region have also advocated for increased public transportation, as high-skilled workers are more likely to travel across longer distances for well-paying jobs. Can the minister please explain what the government is doing to help ensure we have cleaner and more sustainable transit?
Honorable Ministre.
Madam Speaker, I would like to thank the member for Kitchener South Hespeler for his commitment to public transit. Good transit, like the Ion LRT in Kitchener-Waterloo, helps people get around the community, whether you are heading downtown to the university or over to the Kitchener market. This is about getting cars off the road so people don't waste time and money in traffic polluting our air. Last month, our government announced almost $15 billion in new funding for public transit to support major projects like subways, LRTs, zero-emission buses, and bike and walking paths. That funding will start immediately so we can create good jobs building out public transit all across Canada.
And that is all the time for our questions. The Honourable Member for Kingston and the Islands, rising on a point of order.
Yeah, on a point of order, Madam Speaker, I'm rising to respond to the point of order raised by the member from Mission Mascot, Fraser Cannon, respecting an error in Bill C-19, an act to amend the Canada Elections Act COVID-19 response. While it is unfortunate that the English language in clause 239 subsection 2 contain an error, the French language in 239 subsection 2 is indeed the correct version. The government intends to address this inconsistency at committee. In his intervention, the member refers to Standing Order 68 subsection 3 respecting blank or imperfect bills. This standing order, which dates back to Confederation, was added to the rules of the House to address extreme situations where a blank or imperfect form is in possession of the House. I can assure this House that while there is an error in Clause 239 subsection 2 in the English version, this bill was in its final form when it was introduced and read a first time. I would like to draw to the attention of members a Speaker's ruling respecting imperfect bills. In January 1987, a point of order was alleged that there were two imperfections in a government bill, specifically... Sorry about that, Madam Speaker. Thank you for bringing that to my attention. I didn't even hear it. In January of 1987, a point of order was alleged that there were two imperfections in a government bill, specifically that a blank occurred where a sessional paper number should have appeared and a memorandum of understanding was not contained in the bill. The Speaker ruled that these anomalies did not render the bill imperfect with respect to Standing Order 68, subsection 3. I would suggest to the member that anyone would be hard-pressed to name one government that could claim to have an immaculate legislative agenda that did not contain any errors. In fact, the House has a process to correct these errors in statutes. The Miscellaneous Statutes Law Amendment Program, which was established by the Department of Justice in 1975, is a periodic legislative exercise administered by the legislation section of the Department of Justice. It is used to correct anomalies, inconsistencies, outdated terminology, or errors in federal statutes. The reason that this program was established is that mistakes do happen. In the case before the House, this error was identified during the second reading stage, and as a result, this could be fixed during clause-by-clause consideration of the bill in committee. That is what the government intends to do, Madam Speaker. I would like to state that the proper course of action in these situations is to report an error of this nature to the minister responsible or responsible parliamentary secretary. Unfortunately, Madam Speaker, that did not occur. The member making a comment during the debate to a government member just doesn't suffice. In conclusion, I submit that Bill C-19 is in proper form and that the government will address the inconsistency during clause-by-clause consideration of the bill in committee. Thank you for the time, Madam Speaker.
Thank the Honourable Member for the comments, and we will add them to consideration for the Speaker. L'Honourable député de Louis-Saint-Laurent.
The member for Louis-Saint-Laurent.
To thank the honourable colleague for his position. We welcome the fact that the government takes it very seriously, as our member from Mission, Mataskwe, Fraser Canyon did, as a very, very good MP, working hard to be sure that our job is doing met concretely. Alors, Madame la Présidente, je tiens à remercier.
Madam Speaker, I'd like to thank the member, the parliamentary secretary, for tabling the government's version on the point we raised through the member for Mission, Mataskwe, Fraser Canyon, and he has worked very well to make sure that the work we do as parliamentarians is done rigorously. We understand that the point raised was essential, so we're waiting for your decision, Madam Speaker. We will take that issue under consideration and come back to the House.
Tabling of documents. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm messing up. No. Yeah, tabling of the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the President of the Queen's Privy Council.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. Pursuant to Standing Order 36, bracket 8A, I have the honor to table in both official languages the government's responses to 5 petitions. These returns will be tabled in an electronic format.
Introduction of government bills. Statements by ministers. Rapport de délégation
Reports from interparliamentary delegations. Presenting reports from committees, the Honourable Member for Mississauga East, Cooksville.
Madam Speaker, I have the honor to present in both official languages the 4th report of the Standing Committee on Foreign Affairs and International Development entitled The Human Rights Situation of Uyghurs in Xinjiang, China. Pursuant to Standing Order 109, the committee requests that the government table a comprehensive response to this report.
The Honourable Member for Scarborough Centre.
Madam Speaker, I have the honor to present in both official languages the following 2 reports of the Standing Committee on Citizenship and Immigration. The 3rd report entitled Supplementary Estimate C 2020-21 and the 4th report entitled Main Estimates 2021-22. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Mississauga, Erin Mills.
Merci, Madame.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have the honor to present in both official languages the 6th report of the Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights on the main estimates. As well as the 7th report of the committee on the supplementary estimates C
20 to 2021. Votre comité.
Your committee has studied the estimates and we submit them to the House. Again, we are reporting them to the House without amendment. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. The member for Miramichi Grand Lake. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I have the honor of tabling in both official languages the 3rd report of the Standing Committee on Agriculture and Agri-Food entitled Supplementary Estimates C 2020-2021. Votes 1C and 5C and 10C. The Department of Agriculture and Agri-Food. Thank you. The member for Lac Saint-Louis. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have the honor of presenting in both official languages the 2nd report of the Standing Committee on Environment and Sustainable Development on the supplementary estimates C 2020-2021. Thank you.
For Brampton North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have the honor to present in both official languages the 13th report of the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs. The committee advises that pursuant to Standing Order 91.12, the Subcommittee on Private Members' Business met to consider the items added to the order of precedence on Monday, February 22nd, 2021, and recommended that the items listed herein, which it has determined should not be designated non-votable, be considered by the House. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Pursuant to Standing Order 91.12, the report is deemed adopted. The Honourable Member for St. John's East has a raised hand. The Honourable Member for St. John's East.
Not a point of order, Madam Chair. I was getting lined up for the next round of
questions. Okay. Well noted. Thank you. So, introduction of private members' bills. First reading of Senate public bills.
Motions presenting petitions. The Honourable Member for Elmwood Transcona.
Much, Madam Speaker. It's a pleasure to rise today to present e-petition number 2928 on behalf of post-secondary graduates in 2020 who faced a very difficult job market as a result of the pandemic, and who would normally receive a grace period of 6 months to make payments on their student loans, which happened to overlap with the 6 months grace period that the government instituted. But of course, 6 months later, the job market was very difficult, and these students are calling for an extension of the non-repayment period so that their usual period didn't overlap with the exceptional period. And I note that this is less than what the government committed to do on November 30th, when it committed to eliminating interest on repayment for the federal portion of student loans for 2021-2022. And we're eagerly waiting those policy changes as well, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's a pleasure for me to be tabling 5 petitions in the House today. The first petition is with respect to the Uyghur genocide. It calls on the House to recognize that Uyghurs and other Turkic Muslims in China have been and are being subject to genocide. It calls on the government to apply Magnitsky sanctions against those responsible for perpetrating this genocide. This aligns with reports that officials in the EU are proceeding with sanctions, and also with the recommendations on the excellent report from the Subcommittee on International Human Rights, which has just been tabled. The second petition raises significant concerns about Bill C-7 that just passed the House last night. The fact that this bill would bring in the possibility of same-day death by eliminating a 10-day reflection period, that this bill risks making disabled Canadians second-class citizens when they access the healthcare system, and undermine suicide prevention work through the changes related to mental health. The third petition highlights organ harvesting and trafficking around the world, and calls on us to act by adopting Bill S-204 that would make it a criminal offense for a person to go abroad and receive an organ in a case where there has not been consent. It also contains provisions by which someone could be deemed inadmissible to Canada if they've been involved in forced organ harvesting and trafficking. The fourth petition highlights the humanitarian and human rights crises in the Tigray region of Ethiopia. It calls on the government of Canada to be actively engaged in various ways in terms of that situation, and to be engaged with the Ethiopian and Eritrean governments in trying to respond to that very serious situation. The fifth and final petition that I'm tabling today is about Bill C-6. Petitioners agree with the objective of the bill to ban conversion therapy. However, they're very, very concerned with the definition, the incorrect definition used in Bill C-6, which inadvertently or not would end up banning many conversations, expression of discussions that really have nothing to do with conversion therapy as it's been classically defined. Petitioners call on the government to act to fix the definition and to proceed with banning conversion therapy once the definition is corrected. I commend all 5 of these petitions to the consideration of honourable members. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Scarborough-Guildwood.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have 2 petitions present, both substantially the same. The petitioners take note that the Magnitsky Law, or Justice for Victims of Corrupt Foreign Officials Act, exists in Canada and sanctions officials for gross violations of human rights. The petitioners take note for the last 21 years, China's communist parties have tortured and killed large numbers of those who practice Falun Gong. And therefore call upon the government of Canada to sanction a number of Chinese officials listed in the petition. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky Country.
Madam Speaker, today I have the honor to virtually present petition 3054. Petition 3054 was initiated by Scarlett Osborne, a business owner from Seashelt on the Sunshine Coast in my riding. The petition requests that the government support new hospitality businesses that are currently excluded from the Canada Emergency Wage Subsidy, the Canada Emergency Business Account, and the Canada Emergency Rent Subsidy due to having no revenue in 2019 or in January or February of 2020. It further asks to adjust the eligibility for the Canada Emergency Wage Subsidy and Canada Emergency Rent Subsidy on an industry-specific level for such businesses that can indicate non-reversible pre-existing commitments. And finally, to implement an alternate method for calculating the Canada Emergency Wage Subsidy and Rent Subsidy rates for these new businesses. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Abbotsford.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. Like many of my colleagues before me, I rise to table a petition signed by hundreds of Canadians who wish to bring to the attention of this House the plight of Falun Gong practitioners in China who continue to be persecuted by China's communist regime in Beijing. That persecution has entailed, among other things, orchestrated torture and executions, including for the purposes of organ harvesting for sale on the international market. The petitioners are asking that the Government of Canada apply tough legal sanctions against the individual perpetrators of these crimes, including those who are listed by name in the petition. The sanctions the petitioners have asked for include the freezing of assets in Canada, Magnitsky sanctions, and blocking entry into Canada of any Chinese communist officials who are implicated in these atrocities. There is no way these officials should be traveling to or doing business within Canada.
Honourable Member for Nanaimo Ladysmith.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. It's an honor to table this petition initiated and signed by my constituents in Nanaimo Ladysmith. The petitioners are highlighting that proactive holistic health practices play an important role in building immune system strength and help to keep people healthy, and that there is not enough focus on proactive health and wellness care. They're calling on the Government of Canada to increase the focus on educating and empowering Canadians on holistic approaches to optimize and maintain their natural immunity and well-being. And they're calling on the government to include proactive health and wellness care practices in the Canada Health Act and enhance access to these services. Thank you.
No. Questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Leader of the House and the Leader of the Government in the House.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. The following questions will be answered today. Question 357. And furthermore, Madam Speaker, if a revised response to question numbers, question 186, originally tabled on December 9, 2020, and to question 284, originally tabled on January 25, 2021, as well as the government's responses to question 356, Q358 and Q359 could be made for orders of return. These returns would be tabled immediately.
Is it the pleasure of the House that the aforementioned questions be made orders for return and that they be tabled immediately? Agreed and so ordered.
And then finally, Madam Speaker, if I may, all remaining questions be allowed to stand at this time, please.
Does the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary has the agreement of the House? So ordered. Ordre du jour.
Orders of the day.
Orders, government bills, comments. Reprise du débat.
Resume debate at third reading of Bill C-24, an act to amend the Employment Insurance Act, additional regular benefits, the Canada Recovery Benefits Act, restriction on eligibility, and another act in response to COVID-19.
The Honourable Member for Kildonan St. Paul, 4 minutes remaining in the debate.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Again, it's a pleasure today to put further words and remarks on the record regarding Bill C-24. And I'd just like to conclude my remarks with what I touched on before question period, that I believe it is imperative and the responsibility of the Liberal government to bring forward a coherent strategy to bring back jobs in Canada. It's been 12 months, an entire year since the World Health Organization declared a pandemic, and we saw lockdowns and restrictions come to Canada, which completely altered everyday lives of Canadians. and some in very, very negative ways, as we have heard from parties across on the House of Commons floor of what's been happening to constituents in that time. And although we've been able to work together as a House of Commons, there is increasing pressure, I believe, on the government from all parties that they bring forward a plan for jobs. And I do believe that Bill C-24 would have been an opportune time, given the 1-year anniversary since this all began in Canada, that they would have brought forward a plan. And all we really heard this week, or in honor of International Women's Day, was the announcement of an 18-women task force, which sounds great. Give the government some advice of how to help women out of this economic downturn that they're experiencing. We know, of course, women have been disproportionately impacted, and in fact, over 100,000 women have left the job force altogether because there are no jobs available to them. We know that immigrants, 4% of our permanent residents have left Canada. Usually we have a 3% increase per year. 4% have left this year because there are no opportunities to them either. We know young people, newcomers, women are all being impacted. Those who have been the most vulnerable are made more vulnerable in this economy. And I would urge the Liberal government to bring forward a coherent strategy to bring back jobs. And I do believe this is very pertinent to Bill C-24 because of the sunset date in here. These CRB benefits and EI extension benefits only go until September 25th, 2021. So that's just over 6 months away. So what's going to happen after that? Is there going to be a roll-off strategy? Is the Liberal government expecting that millions of jobs will just miraculously return? We know that over 800,000 jobs have already disappeared altogether. The CFIB, the Canada Federation of Independent Business, has said up to 220,000 small businesses may be eliminated because of the pandemic, and up to 3 million jobs will disappear as well as a result. So it is incredibly important that the Liberal government bring forward a plan to Canadians, and they may turn to their $100 billion that they announced in the fall that they're going to do for stimulus. Great, but we don't just need billions of dollars of stimulus. We need an actual strategy for industry to unleash the 20 million person workforce in our country, to get them all back to work, to get every industry in our economy and in our country working once again. So that's what I would like to see, and I hope that the Liberal government has heard these pleas and will bring forward a strategy to give Canadians hope. Madam Speaker, Canadians really do need that plan. They need hope. Thank you.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Thornhill.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for a very thorough, information-packed speech, concisely addressed, unlike that of the parliamentary secretary who preceded her. And I'd like to thank her on behalf of my constituents in Thornhill, dozens of constituents, for her bringing up the contradiction between those people who left the CERB, made application as directed to the EI, were refused EI access and directed to apply for the CRB, and have been denied on CRB and left in limbo for months now because of a computer glitch which shows an EI account that has been left open. I wonder if the minister addressed this problem, which she promised to fix a month ago, more than a month ago, when the minister appeared before a committee yesterday.
Honourable member for Kildown St. Paul.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank the honourable member for Thornhill. It's been just such a pleasure to work with him over this last year and a half. I consider him very much a mentor, and it's been just such an honour to learn from him and his esteemed reputation, his knowledge. So just I thank the member for Thornhill. And to his question, I've raised this concern several times with the minister, and the response I keep getting for the CRB EI issue and thousands of Canadians not being able to access any of these programs as a result is, oh, well, we're working on it. There's a task force. And then one department will say there's a number. The other department says, no, there's no number, but there is a task force. So there is no end in sight for these individuals. And this is thousands of people, single moms, young parents. I don't know why there is not more urgency. I find it incredibly disappointing. And I thank the member for the question. I will keep on it.
The honourable member for St. John's East.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I want to thank the member for Kildonan St. Paul for her speech on this bill. I have two questions. One related to the sickness benefits, and I know her party supported the proposals in the House that the sickness benefits be increased. And I want to ask her whether she's sincere in that, knowing that so many people during this pandemic rely on sickness benefits and that they have run out, and that is the Conservative Party fully in support of increasing sickness benefits under EI? And then secondly, given the pandemic and the reliance on unemployment insurance or employment insurance, as it's called now, that so many Canadians have had, I know my own experiences during the Harper years as a member of Parliament that the Conservatives weren't very helpful to people who relied on unemployment insurance. Is there a change in heart in the Conservative Party on the importance of EI for workers?
The Honourable Member for Kildonan St. Paul.
I thank the member for his question, and Conservatives absolutely support getting help to Canadians that they need, particularly in this incredibly difficult time when there are very, very little alternatives. And we've been repeatedly disappointed that the Liberal government comes forward, announces all of these programs, and yet it leaves thousands and thousands of Canadians behind repeatedly, much like the CRB EI issue. And just yesterday in the HuMA committee, his honourable colleague from Elmwood Transcona brought forward an amendment to Bill C-24 that the Conservatives were prepared to support, and that would have been for prescribed illness, injury, and quarantine. So we were prepared to support that. Unfortunately, the Liberal government resoundingly put a stop to that, just very disappointingly, but we were prepared to support that NDP amendment. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Battle River Crowfoot.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and thank you for the speech of my colleague, very informative, and for all her hard work on this file. I find it interesting, some of the issues addressed in Bill C-24 are something that certainly Conservatives have been calling for fixes to for quite some time, and the Liberals have been calling us obstructionist, yet they're the ones filibustering at committee and whatnot. I'm wondering if my honourable colleague and friend would be able to address some of those hypocritical statements that the government has been alleging over the last number of weeks.
The Honourable Member for Kildonan St. Paul.
I'd like to thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank the honourable member from Battle River Crowfoot. It's been great to get to know him over the last year and a half that we've been elected together. And yes, he hits on a very good point. The Liberals, over the last week, well, they've stopped now, but over the last week they were calling us obstructionist, and of course we know that was completely untrue. We are very prepared to work with them, and I didn't get into this in my speech, and I won't really get into this now, but I want the member to know that there was a lot of Liberal shenanigans going on at that committee, and it was very disappointing to see them on one hand publicly talking about collaboration, and then on the other hand doing underhanded, behind the scenes actions to undermine the effectiveness of Conservative members and the undermining the collaborative nature that we were hoping to have with Bill C-24. Thankfully, we are very strong on the Conservative side, and ultimately we did collaborate, and here we are debating this in third reading.
Commentaires, questions and comments? Resuming debate, l'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Thérèse de Blainville. Yes, I am online, Madam Speaker. And I think everything is working properly with the interpretation and everything on a technical level. Well, dear colleagues, Bill C-24 today is, again, unfortunately, leaving workers all across Quebec and also in Canada waiting for this. They don't know if the House will move forward with this bill. So they're holding their breath. Why? Well, because tomorrow they still don't know if they will be receiving their EI benefits. They've arrived at the end of the number of eligible weeks, and they need to know what will be happening tomorrow. Bill C-24 is supposed to provide an answer to that question by extending regular benefits by 50 weeks. And it's also intended to correct what should have been corrected months ago by providing an exemption or rather an exclusion for sickness benefits and CERB benefits for those who had traveled internationally. Now, once again, I think the problem is that since the very beginning of the crisis, we have been in the House over and over, forced to try to pass bills with great urgency, these very, very important bills, and yet we don't have a lot of time. Now, I'd like to quote myself when I spoke in this House on September 26th, 2020. Now, some of you may remember that this was during our return after the House had been prorogued. And once again, we were being asked to pass C2 with great urgency. C2 would have set up new mechanisms for these new support benefits, the CERB, the CRB, and various other recovery benefits. So what I said in my speech in September was, well, better late than never. But in the case of this bill, so C2, it's already too late. Why? Because these three recovery benefits announced last August are still not being properly implemented because the CERB had run out the previous day. So that's the situation we're in. And I think this is really unfortunate. It really bothers me. Now with Bill C-24, we're in the same situation. Now, colleagues, or rather, Mr. Speaker, I think we've had time now to think about what the best measures are that we should be putting in place, the best EI measures. Out of all of the programs here that could help workers and sick people and people who are on maternity leave, for example, that can help them and so that they won't have to wonder what's going to happen tomorrow morning. Because we've had a whole series of temporary measures that just keep getting extended. And what we need are strong, well-structured, meaningful, permanent measures that will really provide security to people. And, I'm quite indignant over this. I hope you're not annoyed by hearing me talk about this over and over, but, I think that I've spoken the word employment insurance at least 200 times in this House. Maybe I could say unemployment insurance, just to shake things up. But I've spoken those words over and over. I've spoken about how we need to be open to legislating once and for all so that we can really deal with the extended sickness benefits and make that permanent. I've also led the campaign because I really believed that this government could have taken this opportunity to see this not as a threat, but to see this as an opportunity. They could have really reformed the whole EI system. They had that opportunity. The pandemic was an opportunity. They managed it as though it were a crisis. We had suggested increasing the old age security and having more permanent measures, but no, they always wanted temporary measures. The same goes for the health transfers. And yet the same government had said in 2015 that they would overhaul the system. We've already seen unlimited reports and recommendations to try to make the EI system meet our needs today and to ensure that more and more people can be protected.
Now, after the throne speech, we were told that we would need to work to take measures, but here we're being told that this is another set of temporary measures that will end on the 25th of September. Now, that's 6 months away. What is this government's vision for after that? In its calculations, does it believe that the labor market will have recovered enough to enable the status quo of EI as we know it to meet the needs? Well, I don't believe so. The EI system is simply not up to the task. Its basic rules need to be changed. For example, about the number of hours. I gave an example last Monday. I talked about the fact that women are increasingly occupying atypical work roles, part-time, for example, and they have trouble qualifying for EI. We're talking about women going on parental leave. They may quickly run out of the number of weeks and they can't qualify for EI. The interpreter would like to mention that the quality of the sound does not permit full interpretation. The interpreter will attempt to summarize the content of the speech. Employees who work in seasonal industries have trouble with the EI system as well, due to the infamous black hole period between seasons. Workers shouldn't have to go through this. Similarly, people who are ill can't get by with these temporary measures. They need more. And that is what the Bloc Québécois is working on. We have a vision here we want to represent the people of Quebec and more generally workers. For example, in health and social services, and in other sectors, we see that everyone is essential. And they're essential because they participate in helping us have a strong economy and workforce. We need permanent changes. I can't say this often enough. We will support this bill, C-24, because we don't have any other choices. If we don't support this bill, some workers won't have any income as of tomorrow. We've heard from many groups. Our offices have heard from many people. We need to help workers more, and that's why we will support this bill. Now, we don't entirely agree with the way the government is going about this. We think that the government could do something very different and better. We need more of a structural vision for the future. We need to do more, and there will be an opportunity soon. And there's also an excellent bill from my colleague in the Bloc Québécois C265. I hope I'm getting the number right. To move EI special benefits from 5 to 50 weeks rather. Now, the government could have taken action on this. We heard about it during the last election campaign. There were many promises, but nothing was done, supposedly because of the pandemic. But even though there is a pandemic, that doesn't mean that you can completely stop thinking about what needs to be done in the future. We need a more structural vision. That's why we need to do something, so no one is left behind. And that way, we will be able to improve things and hopefully we will be able to avoid a further situation where we have to quickly legislate, even though perhaps we haven't had time to improve legislation, like in this case. Even though we support the bill in this case, we don't think that things were done right. We do not want to leave behind thousands of workers who currently don't have an income and who haven't been getting EI. And all this during a crisis. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'd like to ask the honourable member to unplug her headset and plug it back in, because apparently there was some interference.
On n'a pas encore de son du tout.
Now we're not hearing anything at all.
Je pense que vous êtes en sourdine.
Now I think you're on mute. No longer.
Member for Elmwood Transcona.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. Puis je voulais demander.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to ask my colleague to reflect on the role of the opposition in the House of Commons. Because one of the things that the NDP thought should be in this bill was an extension of the benefits period. The sickness benefits period under EI. I believe that as members of the opposition, we need to look for opportunities to pressure the government to implement such measures. Yesterday, I presented an amendment to this bill at committee, but the chair said it was out of order because of the fact that it would require a royal sanction. So it's a monarchic tradition here in Canada. I don't think this is appropriate for democracy. I think that the opposition needs to pressure the government and perhaps in some ways exercise the prerogative of the Crown to fight for a measure that would help Canadians. But ultimately, my colleague voted against consideration of the amendment. I'd like to hear a little bit about that. I'd like to hear about the degree. I'm sorry, I need to give the member time to respond. The honourable member for Thérèse de Blainville. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Well, I'm happy to respond to this important question. But now when it comes to the role of the opposition, because yesterday I was told at committee that the role of the opposition is to oppose. That's not how we see things. Because if that were truly how it were, we would be stuck in the same role all the time. Instead, our role as an opposition is to propose solutions, to propose a vision, and to ensure that legislation can be adopted in the best possible form. Now, I would just like to say that there's such a thing as an opportunity and there's such a thing as opportunism. And what happened yesterday at HuMA, I would call this NDP amendment a case of more opportunism. In my opinion, it was a matter of opportunism to score political points. And besides, I didn't vote against the amendment. It was out of order. Instead, I voted on whether it was a good idea to allow this bill to come into force. And about the issue of increasing benefits to 50 weeks. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'd like to congratulate my colleague on her excellent speech and her answer to the previous question. I'd like to hear more about her perspective on the absence of permanent changes to EI. Given the fact that there are serious needs here, when it comes to the EI fund, we do have the financial means that we need, that the BLUC is proposing, to increase illness benefits. We have the money. So why wouldn't this government want to make these permanent changes when it has the money? The Honourable Member for Thérèse de Blainville. Yes, can you hear me? I have managed to unmute. I'd like to thank my colleague for his question, and I would like to get an answer myself to this. I don't fully understand. When it comes to reforming EI, if it had been suggested for the first time yesterday, I would understand that we might need some time to reflect. But this is nothing new. When it comes from moving this benefits period from 15 to 50 weeks, well, that's already something that's been proposed for years. It's been a hard-fought struggle for years. And the money is available, indeed. We're being told that it's difficult to implement all of the necessary reforms. Well, for goodness sake, we've had enough time. We've had enough time to do it. What is stopping us? Because when there's not a crisis, it seems like we don't care about people who are unemployed and the EI system. We need to do something about it. This is urgent. It's a matter of political will. And the government does have all the necessary means to do something about this. The Honourable Member for Manicouagan. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for often talking about employment insurance in this House. I'll never be tired of hearing about it. It's an essential program. She also raised the issue of seasonal workers. In my riding, there's the forestry industry, the tourism industry, fishing. That's never going to change. I want everyone to be able to put food on the table. And people in my riding have been going through this uncertainty every single year without the government ever doing something. There's an issue of discrimination here, too. For ridings where people are in isolated regions, and there's also discrimination towards women. So I'd like to hear from my colleague on that. The Honourable Member for Thérèse de Blainville. Thank you very much, dear colleague. I wish I had longer to talk about this. Now, what's really important here, and I'm thinking about the people who are unemployed in the seasonal industries. The problem is we've never really faced this issue. Because in the same region, some workers may be in a seasonal industry and may be faced with a great deal of unfairness due to regional unemployment levels. They may find themselves in a very unfair situation regarding the amount and duration of EI benefits. Now, the government has tried to end these gaps by some pilot projects, but they haven't really helped things sustainably. When it comes to seasonal workers, well, the solution would be to set up a longer period of benefits that corresponds to the reality of their situation and set up appropriate eligibility criteria to recognize that in our regions, these industries are significant. And in order to honor the needs of these workers, we need to do something. One last question. The Honourable Member for Elmwood-Transcona. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I would like to say a few more words about the question of how we can pressure the government to extend sickness benefits. I thought I saw an opportunity for that yesterday. And I know that the Bloc Québécois wants the same thing. I know that it wasn't blocking the substantive idea, but there's also a question of strategy here, to put pressure on the government to fulfill its commitments. We want to put that pressure on the government, and we depend on the support of other parties who also say that they want the same policy. If that amendment yesterday at the committee wasn't an opportunity for political pressure, then what is the opportunity that what would be a better opportunity? We do have a private members bill, but ultimately that was a great opportunity. A very short response from the honourable member. Well, I will let my colleague take care of developing strategies in the NDP. I don't think the Bloc Québécois needs the NDP to develop strategies or positions. I'm sure the type of question my colleague asked will make great video clips to post on social media. But neither morally or as a strategy do we need the advice of the NDP.
The Honourable Member for Elmwood-Transcona.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'm pleased to be rising so soon on third reading of this bill, in that we recognize on the part of the NDP how important it is that these measures get in place to support people who are facing the end of their regular EI benefits in a very difficult economic context, and need to see an extension of those benefits take place. So we've been very happy to support that measure, and we've been very happy to work collaboratively to see the bill pass quickly. That said, of course, there are a number of things that are not in this bill that we think that that's a problem. It's a problem not just in the sense of some missed opportunities to make progress on some long-standing issues like the EI sickness benefit, but it's a problem for many people who are in crisis right now as a result of the pandemic. And to be sure, that relates to the EI sickness benefit, because there are people who are facing long-term conditions like cancer and other things, who have had their normal course of medical treatment prolonged due to delays in the medical system caused by COVID. It's also the case for people who are facing a new condition, long COVID, where even though the really intense initial period of sickness may have passed, there are some serious long-term recurring chronic conditions that are presenting themselves, whether that's fatigue or shortness of breath and things of that nature. And those folks are falling through the cracks because Canada hasn't recognized long COVID as a condition yet. We've seen some leadership in other countries, creating specialized clinics and getting on track to actually research what this means as it emerges. Canada, unfortunately, is not among those countries. And what that means is that private insurers here are able to say that people aren't suffering from a condition that they recognize, and so people aren't getting access to their private benefits. It also means that folks have been falling through the cracks on some of the government benefits in this time. And in particular, if we're talking about long COVID, people who are facing these kinds of symptoms, they don't know when they're going to crop up. Sometimes it's very often, sometimes it's more infrequent, but it's sporadic. They're not able to search for a job because they can't tell an employer in good faith that they're going to be able to regularly report to work. A condition of the Canada Recovery Benefit is that you're actively seeking work. And so these are how those kinds of cracks develop. It's why the NDP thought it was important in the early days of the pandemic, and we argued very vigorously for a more universal approach to income support, one that would capture all of these different kinds of situations, not because we had identified them all in advance, but exactly because we knew that there would be unique challenges and situations that we couldn't hope to identify in advance, which was why a universal approach to income support would be better. One that would capture seniors, for instance, who didn't lose a job due to COVID, but have faced additional costs. Likewise, for people living with disabilities and others, students, for instance. So that's why we thought that universal approach was important. It was a very conscious decision of the Liberal government not to adopt that approach. We've spent a lot of time worrying about the people who are falling through the cracks and fighting for policy solutions that will help them. And we're just not seeing enough of those in this bill. Who does it leave behind? It leaves behind those people. I mean, I've heard the government say how important it is to move this bill forward, and we agree completely with that. In fact, I think it's fair to say that virtually the entirety of the government speech earlier today at third reading was a condemnation of Conservatives for their procedural delay tactics on a number of bills in the House, and saying, that they really shouldn't be doing that with Bill C-24 because it's very important to get it passed. And we heard that at committee yesterday. I had proposed a very simple amendment, and this talk about delay comes through and the importance of getting this done, even though there's really no disagreement on that. And I think you see that with this bill. All parties have worked actually to get this bill through very quickly. If you look at the fact that we're only on the 6th sitting day since first reading of the bill, it is atypical for Parliament to have a guaranteed passage. And let's be clear, the bill is already guaranteed to pass at the end of the day, rightly so. I'm glad for that. But all this talk about delay around C-24, I think is well, I hope it's not disingenuous. It's certainly misguided. I'm trying to be parliamentary here, Madam Speaker, despite the facts that I'm trying to describe. And so, I guess what I'm trying to say is that I've heard very clearly from Liberals that they're very concerned about all the people on EI regular benefits that are facing a deadline at the end of the month. That's a concern we share. But I put to the government, what about the people who have seen their EI sick benefit already expire? Those people are already in the situation that the Liberals are beseeching us to avoid when it comes to people who are on EI regular benefits. And not only do they find themselves in that situation, but they find themselves gravely ill with various kinds of conditions. And so we really think that it's important, and have really been hoping, particularly because the government didn't table this bill right away in January. I mean, we knew that we wanted to address the issue of people using the sick day benefit in order to self-isolate after non-essential travel. There was all-party agreement that that wasn't an appropriate use of that benefit. It wasn't foreseen when the benefit was negotiated and designed. And we had hoped that the delay meant that the government was going to be addressing some other very urgent and pandemic-related issues with simple solutions like extending the EI sick benefit to 50 weeks, something that the House of Commons has already expressed support for. First, by majority vote in favor of a Bloc Québécois Opposition Day motion, and then by unanimous consent, because there was a unanimous consent motion reaffirming the House's commitment to that motion. So 2 times now the House has called for this, and at one time the government opposed it, the other time it didn't. So I don't know what more it takes in order to get this extension of the EI sickness benefit done. You've got unanimity, apparently, in the House of Commons. You've got a bill designed to reform the EI Act. You've got a very simple legislative change that needs to be made. Yes, it needs to be implemented. There can be complications in implementation, but let's get the ball rolling. It can't be implemented until we make the legislative change. If the Liberals would like to propose an implementation date, a coming into force date, something that they think gives them a reasonable period, but we have the commitment now in this Parliament. Let's get the legislative job done and assign a date for government to implement it by. But we got to get going on this, and it's it's just wrong, frankly, to have a whole bunch of sick Canadians who have been advocating for this, some of them for years and years, to get it done, and to cause them to continue to not only have to deal with their illness, but to become political advocates in order to get something done that there seems to be widespread agreement ought to happen. It's cruel, I think. And I think we had an opportunity yesterday to do something about it. So certainly we know that bills and proposals that require public spending can't be introduced by anyone but the government. Yet members do it. The Bloc Québécois has been very keen to remind us all that they have a private member's bill to extend the EI sickness benefit to 50 weeks. They will also have to reckon with the fact that that private member's bill, to be votable if third reading, will need a royal recommendation. I have a private member's bill to extend the sickness benefit to 50 weeks. And I know that if we get through all that long process in the course of a parliament, which would be lovely, and I hope that we do, it will also need a royal recommendation. And at that point, I will fight as hard as I can to find a way to either get the recommendation or find some way around it. Because I think it's ridiculous that a long-standing tradition that goes back to when we were ruled by a monarch by hereditary right could get in the way of democratically elected representatives doing the right thing on the EI sickness benefit. I think that's ridiculous. And I've been frustrated in other fora, frankly, at the way that some of our longstanding traditions, whether it's around prorogation or dissolution of parliament or the royal recommendation, get in the way of democratic decision-making. The Senate, I'd add to that list as well. There are a lot of ways in Canada where the democratic will of Canadians expressed through their parliamentarians, their members of parliament, are thwarted by some of these traditions. So I like a lot of the traditions of the House. I'm a believer in Parliament, but I don't think that that means we self-censor and we don't challenge those things when they're getting in the way of what's in the best interest of people in Canada. And so I don't apologize for taking that fight to the government. I don't apologize for being willing to challenge those things and to try and seize on any opportunity I can to get good things done, like extending the EI sickness benefit to 50 weeks, something that I know many members share across party lines as a goal in the House. And I will continue to do that. And I will continue to try and come up with new and creative ways to do that instead of just doing those things that so far have not been working. And I think this was an opportunity. It's a missed opportunity. So while I'm glad for all the people on EI regular benefits and will continue to work in a spirit of collaboration to protect their interests and to protect their household finances, I'm not going to do that by passing over in silence the incredible missed opportunity that we've had on the EI sickness benefit here. And I'd be remiss also if I didn't, and I spoke to this in my last speech, Madam Speaker, but I think it bears repeating. With the time that was taken in order to table this bill, I mean, we've known for a long time now that there are a lot of people who were struggling financially before the pandemic that ended up applying for CERB. In some cases, they were told to. I mean, a lot of provincial social assistance programs require people to apply for any other income assistance benefit that they could be eligible for. And the application for CERB was a no-fail process. Now, it was that way for the right reasons. The money needed to get out quickly and all of that. But what that meant is that in some cases, people were required, if they were on social assistance by their provincial government, to apply for the CERB, and then they got it. Now they're being told to pay it back. While they were receiving it, they weren't receiving their social assistance. Where's the money supposed to come from? And this isn't a new problem. We've known that this was shaping up for a long time ago. Campaign 2000 was calling for this amnesty as early as last summer. So this isn't a surprise. It isn't something that caught the government off guard unless they weren't paying attention in the first place, and they ought to have been. This is something that we could have been doing in this legislation to address a very urgent need. And I was frustrated to hear the minister responsible for this bill, characterize it as just narrowing down and focusing on what's urgent. Well, the plight of sick Canadians who need a benefit that's going to help them keep their home while they deal with their illness in the context of the pandemic, who have already been cut off from their benefits, that's urgent, Madam Speaker. If that's not urgent, I don't know what is. The plight of low-income Canadians who were being told by provincial governments that they had to apply for CERB, or of kids graduating out of foster care, aging out of foster care at 18 in the pandemic, and being told that before they apply for social assistance, they had to apply for the CERB, and are now being told to pay it back with money that they don't have, and are facing a debt will be crushing. And even if they don't have to repay it by the end of this tax year, Madam Speaker, having that hanging over their head is going to make it really hard to get a decent start in life. It is. We all know that. I mean, you'd have to be pretty darn rich for a long time to think that having a $14,000 debt doesn't matter, that you can brush it off. I know the former Minister of Finance forgot about a $40,000 bill, but that's not the situation of most Canadians. Not at all. So, $14,000, $16,000, $18,000 for a young person who just aged out of foster care, can't get a job because of the pandemic, and is wondering what their future looks like, to be told by the Canada Revenue Agency, which is a pretty serious organization in this country, that they're going to be owing $14,000, $16,000 until they can pay it off. When is that going to be? Because when they get their first job in this difficult economy, when that comes, they're going to be paying rent. They're going to be paying food. It's not like all of those wages are going to be available to go to paying back the Canada Revenue Agency. And I think there's a legitimate question here about the public interest and the extent to which Canadians are really going to benefit from the government demanding this money back from the people who can't pay it back. And I think given the time, not just the time that it took from January to now to prepare this bill, but the time that we've lived through since the pandemic began, and particularly since the first extension of CERB in the summertime, when groups began to identify this problem and call for an amnesty, there's been lots of time to figure out how to do it, and lots of time to present a coherent plan to Parliament that would work. Lots of time to quantify this problem. I mean, I asked the minister yesterday if she had an idea of how much money would Canada make if all the people that need a low-income CERB amnesty repaid their debt tomorrow. How much money would that be? Well, we don't have an answer to that. I hope they'll follow up with an answer. I hope they have the answer, because it seems to me that unless that's a compelling number, we shouldn't be burying a lot of people who are already struggling in the anxiety and the real financial challenge of what on the government books will be a relatively small debt, particularly relative to all the spending that has taken place in order to get us through the pandemic. And the government will know I'm not criticizing that spending. There are aspects of it I might criticize, particularly the money that was set aside for the We Charity that never resulted in any concrete or tangible benefit to Canadians or Canadian students. So in the details, there are criticisms to make, but we're not opposed to the idea that the government needed to step in and provide a lot of support in order to get our economy through this, in order to get Canadians through this. Relative to that spending and the work that the country is going to have to do to manage its finances going forward, letting these folks off the hook for something that in some cases was just frankly beyond their control. I don't think they were acting in bad faith. Being compelled by provincial governments to apply for this benefit is not something that they could just say no to, because then they wouldn't qualify for provincial assistance and they can't just walk out on the street and get a job. So what were they supposed to do, Madam Speaker? Can't we extend some compassion to folks in this situation, in this difficult time, and clear that debt instead of making it a 20-year project for them to pay off with whatever small amounts of disposable income they may happen to get for themselves, instead of sending all that to the CRA? They might be able to keep some of it for themselves or invest it in something that improves their situation in life or affords them just some opportunities to live a little and enjoy their life as they work hard to try and get by. Those are the kinds of just small but important tangible things that we're potentially taking away from some of our most vulnerable people when we refuse the idea of an amnesty. And I think that's important to bear in mind, because we have not just a financial responsibility here, but I really think this has been a time where members of parliament and the government have been and ought to be called to the moral responsibility of this place and to really think about the long-term interest of people. And I think to the extent that we don't proceed with this kind of amnesty, we're failing people in that regard, Madam Speaker. So I just want to end on that note, Madam Speaker, that yes, these are important reforms. Yes, we needed to move forward quickly. We have done that in good faith. We in the NDP have tried to use the opportunity to press other important and related issues. Unfortunately, we didn't find enough support on the other benches in order to make that happen. We stand ready to help the government quickly, in the fastest way possible, expand the EI sickness benefit. The only thing getting in the way yesterday at committee was the need for a royal recommendation. That is, the only thing getting in the way was the fact that the government's not on board. If the government would kindly get on board with helping out sick Canadians, as is the will of the House of Commons, we will act as we did on C-24 to move that through quickly and without delay so that those folks that are already not receiving any kind of income assistance can get that. And so I hope that some of the issues that we've been able to raise in this debate have been heard by the government, and that we will soon see some kind of concrete response in legislation in the case of the EI sick benefit. And hey, if they're able to do the CERB amnesty without any legislation and it can happen more quickly, awesome. We would support that too. But if there is legislation required, we would hope to see it come forward quickly. We regret that it wasn't already a part of it and that we weren't able to make it part of it. But let's get on with making sure that we're not just talking about who the government has decided to help through all this, but that we're actually filling the cracks so that there isn't a long list of people who haven't received support who need it. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the President of the Queen's Privy Council.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And I, for one, have been always, I like to think, an advocate for workers in Canada in very real and tangible ways. When we talk about sick benefits, or we can talk about pension benefits such as CPP, the Government of Canada has stepped up and we have been able to deliver. But one of the things I want to make very clear, and I did it the other day with the member, is that the sick benefits is something in which I truly believe would be best served if we also had provinces. The provinces have a much larger labor pool in terms of their representation, that they're ultimately responsible for, and that ultimately what we need to do is see Ottawa working with provinces in order to develop a sick benefit program so that all workers would in fact benefit by it. Canada as a national government is moving forward on the issue, and that's a lot more to be said about that than what we've seen at the provincial levels. My question to the member is he familiar with any provinces, any political stripe, where we have actually seen an enhancement for sick benefits for provincially regulated workers?
Member for Elmwood Transcona.
Well, to be perfectly frank, no, that's not what I've been monitoring. What I have been monitoring is the EI sick benefit, which is a benefit that's available to all Canadian workers who pay into employment insurance. There was a commitment by the Liberals in the last campaign to extend those benefits. The benefit period was 15 weeks before the election. It's still 15 weeks. We've been calling. The House of Commons itself has called for it to be longer. So, I'm glad that this issue is on the mind of the member, but I'll believe it when I see it. And we've just missed another opportunity to get it done. So I don't know how many opportunities have to blow by before we actually get it done. The House is ready to go on this. Where's the government?
The Honourable Member for Kenora.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I thank my colleague from Elmwood Transcona for his comments. And I'd like to pick up on some of the, frustration that he clearly showed in terms of how the government has managed itself on this issue and many others throughout the course of this pandemic. It seems like the Liberals talk a lot about Team Canada. They want to see a Team Canada approach, but their version of that is all the opposition members just without question following what the government is doing. And we know that time and time again, all opposition parties, I say all opposition parties, have brought forward very important, tangible changes to legislation and have improved legislation over and over again. So I'm just wondering if the member can speak again to the importance of working on these measures together while ensuring proper debate and discussion, and his frustration with some of the antics, I'll say, of the government over the past few weeks.
Honourable Member for Elmwood Transcona.
Well, thank you very much for that question. I'm certainly happy to reflect on that. I mean, look, Parliament at the best of times is a challenging place. There's no question about it. People have very different viewpoints and different wishes for the future of the country in terms of what direction it ought to go in and how we ought to manage our affairs, come to disagree. But I also think that we all come and ought to come with a strong sense of the public interest and our responsibility to work together. And sometimes that has gone well in the pandemic, but sometimes it hasn't. I've seen the government play some real games. And I think, these long waits and then presenting legislation at the last moment, trying to get everybody to rally around them, is very frustrating and has caused us to not be able to do our best work possible. I've seen some opposition parties, frankly, and perhaps most especially the Conservatives, play some pretty, in my view, silly games in the House with certain things as well. And I think what gets lost in that, when that partisan political machine gets going, is that if you look at what's happening in Newfoundland right now, they're trying to conclude an election, and it ain't easy. And we need to keep in mind that any federal election is also happening in Newfoundland and Labrador. And it's going to be happening in places that are contending with the virus just as much as Newfoundland or more is right now. And so we need to figure this out on all sides of the House and come to the table and try and put our solutions forward. That doesn't mean we can't push, doesn't mean we can't even be, very assertive sometimes, but we need to find a way to work together and get the best solutions for Canadians.
The Honourable Member for Hamilton Centre.
I want to begin by thanking the Honourable Member from Elmwood Transcona, who as a critic provides such clarity and conscience to the recommendations and the work that he does at committee. And we heard him talk about the cruelty in the way that this program has been set up to continue to exclude Canadians who've been absolutely excluded from this economy and through Liberal supports. If you could, though, sometimes things get lost in the jargon and in the jurisdictional debate of this federal government. Can he just speak plainly about how his amendment would have helped alleviate the suffering from the people who could have had access to this program had this government found the courage to actually support it?
Honourable Member for Elmwood Transcona.
I thank the member from Hamilton for his question. And, plainly speaking, what we're talking about is anybody who's been paying into EI and has a serious chronic condition that would qualify for being able to continue to get some employment insurance payments while they can't work because they're sick. Right now, they can only do that for 15 weeks. We already know that even outside pandemic times, that's not enough time. We know that there's been delays for people getting treatment because of the pandemic. So we know that people need a longer period of time where they can access those benefits. That's what we're talking about, is making those benefits available for a longer period of time so that people can do what they need to do to get well and then go back to work.
Member for Nanaimo Ladysmith.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. And I'd like to thank the Honourable Member for his speech. And I agree with him about, an amnesty for low-income people that receive the CERB. I agree with him about extending EI benefits. And I know that there's been a call. I've met recently with a consortium of 17 women's groups from Quebec that are asking for EI reforms. The Canadian Labour Congress has been asking for this. And I'd like to ask the Honourable Member what he thinks about the use of EI funds being rated by subsequent conservative and liberal governments as a piggy bank to pay down debt or to deal with the deficit or to use for other programs. And should the EI funds be in an independent fund that can't be touched, because this is an insurance program that workers and employers are paying into?
Member for Elmwood Transcona.
Thank you. And I mean, the answer is absolutely yes. That's something that, you know, we've advocated for a long time, is to protect that fund. And just to quantify some of that, I mean, from the mid late 90s, when the Liberals started rating the EI fund, right through to the end of the most recent Conservative era, over 60 billion, and that's billion with a B, dollars were taken out of the employment insurance fund, even as the ability of workers to access that fund diminished. So, you know, we were pre-pandemic, we were at a point where only about 4 in 10 workers who actually paid into EI would be eligible for EI if they were laid off. I mean, that's ridiculous to have an insurance program where only 40% of payees can get access to the benefit. And that was happening while governments were taking money out of that fund that was supposed to be there for workers and spending on other things like corporate tax cuts.
Short question from the Honourable Member for Victoria and a short answer from the Honourable Member for Elmwood Transcona.
Madam Speaker, 60% of student loan borrowers are women. They hold the vast majority of student debt. Of the student debt in Canada, a recent report showed that men have about 1.4 billion, while women hold a staggering 2.2 billion. This means they accrue more interest, they have more trouble paying it off. Women make up 2/3 of the people on repayment assistance, and this results in an even bigger gender wealth gap. The missing pieces in this bill, extending EI benefits, CERB amnesty, these measures would make a huge difference for struggling Canadians, but especially for women who have been particularly hard hit. What does the member think the message is, especially to young women who are going deeper and deeper into debt, when the Liberals and this self-proclaimed feminist Prime Minister won't implement these policies, when they break their promise and refuse to freeze student loans and end interest for good?
The Honourable Member for Elmwood Transcona, 30 seconds.
Well, thank you for that question. And we do know that the pandemic has had a disproportionately negative effect on women and on racialized Canadians. If the government would undertake a gender-based analysis of a CERB amnesty, what they would find is that it would have a disproportionately great benefit for women and for racialized Canadians. And it's another reason why I think a low-income CERB amnesty it's a question of social justice with a negligible financial cost relative to what the government has been spending. And there is no good reason not to do it.
It being 1:30, pursuant to order made Thursday, March 11, 2021, Bill C-24, an act to amend the Employment Insurance Act, additional regular benefits, the Canada Recovery Benefits Act, restriction on eligibility, and another act in response to COVID-19, is deemed read a third time and passed on division.
Third reading of this bill, troisième lecture de ce projet de loi.
Comme il est 13h30.
It being 1:30, the House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business. The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Louis? Oh, sorry, orders of the day.
Order of the day, ordre du jour, private members' business. Resuming consideration of Bill C-231, an act to amend the Canada Pension Plan Investment Board Act, investments, standing in the name of Mr. McGregor.
The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Louis.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The last time I spoke on this bill was in 2020, and I'm resuming where I left off at that time. CCPIB's investments have been consistently drawing above average rates of return of the fund, combining both the base CPP and additional CPP accounts, achieved 10-year and 5-year annualized net real returns of 10.5% and 9.6% respectively. The CPP fund is now at $556.7 billion, and the chief actuary during her last independent review confirmed that the plan continues to be sustainable for the next 75 years at current contribution rates. This means that Canadians can have confidence that the CPP will be there for them when they retire. Madame la Présidente,
Madam Speaker, let's take a closer look at Bill C-231. This bill proposes modifying investment policies, standards, and procedures established by the board of the CPPIB in such a way that no investment could be made by entities, or rather in entities, that have conducted business or violated ethical considerations or environmental or label considerations. The goal of this bill is certainly noble, but I think that we need to study it carefully in order to ensure that it doesn't have any unforeseen consequences. For example, by prescribing certain investment policies, wouldn't this bill have a conflict with the idea of independent governance that is so important to the board, to the CPPIB? Independent governance is a very important element of its effectiveness. Even if the CPPIB were to be accountable to federal and provincial financial departments, it wouldn't have any dependence on those orders of government. The CPPIB's investment decisions are not influenced by political considerations or regional, social, or economic considerations, nor by any other objective. It's possible that this bill would establish a precedent that would lead to other calls to restrict the CPPIB further. And that type of change could threaten the independence of the CPPIB and also threaten the long-term viability of the pension fund.
Set an objective standard by which the CPPIB can comply. The bill would introduce a legal requirement to prohibit investment in entities that undertake unethical business practices without defining this term. This lack of specificity could open investment decisions up to challenge or litigation from stakeholders. Additionally, we need to consider whether the bill would create an uneven playing field at the investor level and at the company level. At the investor level, it would be unfair to target only CPPIB since its competitors, such as other Canadian and foreign pension funds, sovereign wealth funds, and major institutional investors would not be constrained by these rules. Finally, an amendment such as the one proposed in this bill would require the consent of 7 out of 10 provinces, having at least 2/3 of the population of all provinces in order to come into effect.
Madam Speaker, the government takes concerns about the CPPIB's investment strategy seriously. I think it's also important to understand that the CPPIB is already a leader when it comes to making environmental and socially responsible investments. The CPPIB has explained on its own website what the policies, resources, and strategies applied in its investments are in order to ensure that environmental, social, and governance considerations are taken into account. In fact, the CPPIB recently published an update to its sustainable investment policy, which takes into account its growing conviction that it is important to factor in environmental, social, and governance considerations in an increasingly competitive commercial context. The CPPIB is an active member of the Working Group on Climate Change Financial Information of the Financial Stability Board. It is a founding signatory for the network of principles of responsible investment and for the OECD's long-term investment strategy.
Committed to strengthening public pensions and to improving the quality of life for seniors now and for generations to come. This includes enhancing the Canada Pension Plan, which will raise the maximum CPP retirement benefit by up to 50% over time. The enhancement represents a major strengthening of one of the three pillars of Canada's retirement income system, along with the Old Age Security Program and voluntary tax-assisted private savings. And it will significantly increase retirement security for Canadian families, particularly middle-income families and families without workplace pension plan coverage. Madame la Présidente, pour terminer.
Madam Speaker, to conclude, I would say that the seniors of Canada have worked hard to build their communities, to found families, and contribute to economic growth. Even though many people look forward to closing the chapter of their lives where they were working, for some, especially low-income seniors, retirement can be intimidating. There's the risk of financial insecurity and a possible sense of isolation. Thanks to the measures that the government put in place in 2015 and afterwards, we are helping seniors keep more money in their pockets. We're helping them receive the CPP payments that they are entitled to, and we're helping them remain active in their communities.
The funds in the Canada Pension Plan are in good hands, and that the plan is actuarially sound for several generations to come. The CPPIB should be allowed to continue to fulfill its mandate free of interference. I therefore encourage honourable members to carefully consider the bill before them. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Battle River Crowfoot.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and it is once again an honor to be able to rise in this place and enter into debate. Today we are discussing Private Member's Bill C-231, and just to provide a little bit of context as to what this bill suggests. It is basically proposing a number of amendments that, quite frankly, I would suggest, have a laudable objective, and that is to ensure that the Canada Pension Plan, the fund that pays that, ensures that dollars are not being spent in a way that contributes to the commission of human, labor, or environmental rights violations, the productions of arms, ammunition, implements, or munitions of war prohibited under international law, or ensuring that there are not investments that benefit the individuals or acts of corruption under the Corruption of Foreign Officials Act. So, Madam Speaker, it's a laudable goal that the bill we're debating today suggests, and it's unfortunate that that the bill itself would not provide the ability to actually accomplish those things. Let me stop there and explain a little bit for those who are watching how the CPP, Canada's pension plan, works. Canadians who are employed across the country pay into the Canada Pension Plan Fund. That fund, a number of decades ago, was made non-political through the establishment of the Canadian Pension Plan Investment Board, the CPPIB. That board is to ensure something very, very important that I'll get to in a few moments. But it ensures that the dollars paid into by Canadians into the Canada Pension Plan are invested independent of the hands of politicians that would try to use those dollars for possibly activist or corrupt causes. That's important. That's separation to ensure that ultimately Canadian dollars, taxpayers, and employees who pay into the CPP can trust the fact that this fund, and I appreciate the member before he mentioned that the fund currently stands at a value of approximately $556 billion. That's more than $500 billion, not of government's money, but of the hard-working women and men who have contributed to that across the country. Now, every Canadian expects that government and all the facets of that, including things like the Canada Pension Plan Investment Board, will conduct itself in an ethical and virtuous way. And we hear often today about causes like ESG, investing in ESG causes, environmental and social governance, to ensure that dollars are invested in a way that doesn't negatively impact the environment, doesn't negatively impact people in developing countries, doesn't benefit corruption. And that's a fair discussion to have. However, the problem with this bill, Madam Speaker, is that it more or less says, okay, here is what we want to accomplish, but, and there's a big but here, it doesn't provide a framework to ensure that. And specifically, Madam Speaker, I hear often from members of all other political parties in this House about how there's so many significant challenges regarding investments or actions related to the energy industry. And Madam Speaker, let me unpack that a little bit here for you today. There are many that would suggest that $1 invested into anything energy related is $1 too much. The problem with this bill is it would empower politicians to determine whether or not investments could be made in something like Canadian energy. And the devastating consequences that that would have on our economy cannot go understated, but further, devastating consequences in our world. The fact that Canada is a world leader on exactly what I talked about, ESG, environmental, social governance. Canada is already a world leader on that, always striving to do better as well, let me add. But to empower a bureaucrat, to empower a politician, to make a determination as to what should or shouldn't be invested in based on the political whims of a cabinet minister. Well, we've had Liberal cabinet ministers, and I appreciate the fact that the Liberals seem to not be in support of this bill. That's good, because it's troubling when I hear Liberal cabinet ministers who will talk about, well, we need to use things like the CPP to build our green future. Well, Madam Speaker, I can assure you that if the Liberal government had their way, Alberta would be shut down, and it is absolutely tragic that these activist pursuits are being conflated with actual good practices that protect something that Canadians need to depend on. Empowering a activist ability for investments in one of the most important what is a very sustainable part of Canada's social infrastructure would be absolutely tragic for the future of Canada, and it would basically turn a $500 billion fund into a weapon for activist causes. Madam Speaker, that simply cannot stand. So my honourable colleague from Carleton had dug into some of the impacts that could result from this sort of legislation, and specifically the broader definition of what's described in this bill as unethical, quote, unethical business practices. And when the CPPIB was asked about that, it said very clearly that using such a broad definition would mean that some of the top companies in our nation would not be allowed to be invested in. Madam Speaker, the consequences of that would be dramatic. And I shudder to think about the fact that there would be this weaponization of $500 billion, not of government's money, not of an activist cause's money, but rather it would put at risk $500 billion that seniors, present and future, depend on. And further, you look at how some of these causes have been implemented throughout history, and what the rhetoric that has resulted. Madam Speaker, that certainly is not in the best interests of Canadians. Madam Speaker, how much time do I have left? About 2 minutes, perfect. I think it's very, very ironic that the left talks about wanting, bigger, more generous social programs. And it's fair to have those debates. I think it's fair to, especially at a time when Canadians have demanded much from their government. Now, Conservatives have been very outspoken on ensuring that there's efficient and effective delivery of those programs, and we could go on at length about our criticisms of how these Liberals have in what I would suggest, mismanaged much of the spending over the last year or so. But what I find ironic is that generally the left will talk about these laudable initiatives. And that's fair. Few Canadians would disagree. Few Canadians would disagree with the fact that we want ethical investments, the fact that we want to ensure environmental sustainability. But then when it comes down to the very foundation of accomplishing what is being talked about, it results in instability. And that's no more present than the fact that in my home province of Alberta, we are a leader in the world when it comes to the environment. Yet, we have, and I hear my friends from the NDP laughing at this, but we are a leader when it comes to, in fact, I would remind my friend, just as a side, that we can actually produce net zero oil in Alberta. And I hope that he will join me in celebrating that incredible technological accomplishment. Madam Speaker, they want bigger, more generous social programs, but without ensuring that there is sustainable, not ensuring that there is a secure way to deliver those programs, not just for today, not financing it just on the future, but to ensure that going forward there is sustainability, security, and it's a tragic irony that we see that this bill fails to address the specifics of what would be a laudable goal, but just simply fails to deliver. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
L'honorable député du Lac-Saint-Jean.
The honourable member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'm sorry, I was a little shaken by my colleague's last sentence, where he said that Alberta is a global leader on the environment. But let me gather myself from that shock and start my speech, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for Cowichan Malahat Langford for this interesting proposal in Bill C-231. I think one of the most effective ways to reduce our greenhouse gas emissions would be to stop funding those who produce emissions. I think that seems fairly logical. I'm sure you'll find it the same way, Madam Speaker. Now, nearly everyone believes that the environment is important. And it's pretty straightforward. The environment is something that is almost as universally beloved as apple pie. Everyone seems to love the environment, except perhaps for half of this parliament and this country. And for those people, apparently, funding our own extinction is the right way to support our economies. This dogma, which is being mildly attacked by the bill we're discussing today, is unusually tenacious, whereas our leeway on the environment is getting slimmer every day. So that's why I agree with my colleague on the principle. Now, his bill is, what can I say, creative. It doesn't practically affect Quebecers, but every little thing counts. That said, once again, I am disappointed in this government. Instead of taking real action on the environment, it's still getting hung up on little issues, and when it finally takes action, it does so on structures rather than really taking action on concrete matters. Quebec and most provincial governments have already done something, whereas succeeding federal governments of different parties have a very bad record. But let me get back to the issue at hand. Today, we are considering an important question. Should we let the billions of dollars saved by Canadians outside Quebec be invested in any old company in the name of a completely outdated growth model, or do we set up guidelines to make the Canada Pension Plan's investment board more responsible? I believe that the latter is the correct option. In its most recent recovery plan, my party asked the government to stop investing in fossil energy, either directly or through subsidies or tax advantages. We believe that money would be better used for the energy transition, and it would be well worth it. My colleague's bill is part of this simple idea, which I was describing from our recent recovery plan. The idea of not funding polluters. But the problem is that there are no real teeth in C-231. If the Liberals vote for it, they'll be the kind of thing that they will boast about having done. But these proposed restrictions regarding investment choices will not change much in the CPP's portfolio. This is some real virtue signaling. And here's why. First of all, on weapons manufacturers, it is unlikely that CPP funds are currently being invested in companies that produce weapons or violate human rights. It is ironic that Canada sells weapons to Saudi Arabia and now is patting itself on the back for forbidding the CPP from investing in weapons companies. But, oh well, substantively I agree. Now, as for companies that violate human rights, once again, it looks great on paper. But my colleague must love dark humor because he knows as well as I do that the Liberal government didn't even care enough to create a corporate responsibility ombudsman with enough teeth to punish offending companies. And it gets worse. Most countries don't even have legislation about companies operating under their flag and violating human rights. So, with that in mind, it's hard to know who could determine whether a company should or should not be investable for the CPP rather. But it's certainly not this government that's going to help it find out. Now, with something similar in mind, when it comes to companies violating environmental rights or labor rights, well, we may end up stuck in an interminable debate on the facts. And we let our companies become part of supply chains with countries that have very questionable practices in these areas. Look at what's happening in China and Xinjiang. So once again, no one outside of NGOs is going to be able to tell us which companies and practices are problematic. Environmentally, it's particularly difficult because ultimately it would take environmental legislation and a reason to think that these laws have been violated. But in order for the latter to occur, you need the legislation in place. And that ultimately also requires whistleblowers who are putting their careers and lives on the line. So the CPP could continue to invest in oil and gas companies as long as they don't clearly violate environmental law, in mining companies as long as they don't officially get rid of anyone who opposes their projects, or weapons companies as long as they manufacture the non-lethal part of a tank. This doesn't address the real problem. And I would add that I'm surprised not to see any mention of a company based entirely or in part in tax havens. I mean, as far as virtue signaling is concerned, well, I think we could have included that as well. So if I weren't so nice, Madam Speaker, I could say that this bill is nothing more than a mirage because the real problem is much more significant than the limited scope of this bill. But you know me, Madam Speaker, I am very nice. So even though this is only a very small step, well, at least it's a step in the right direction. Including the concept of sustainable and responsible investments in federal legislation is objectively a good thing. It's certainly better than nothing. But we must remember, Madam Speaker, what this government is currently doing. We heard the Prime Minister say something very pretty during the elections in 2015. He said that we were selling jeeps to Saudi Arabia. Well, for me, Madam Speaker, if you have a jeep with an assault weapon in the back seat, well, I would call that a weapon. Because if I personally had a jeep like the ones we sell to Saudi Arabia, if I started driving around in that kind of jeep in Lac Saint-Jean, I think I would get arrested pretty quickly, and for good reason. That's one thing that the government has done. Now, when it comes to subsidies to the oil and gas industry, Madam Speaker, from 2017 to 2020 alone, this government's strategy on the oil and gas industry totaled $24 billion, whereas support for the forestry industry which is an industry that could be part of the energy transition because it fights GHG emissions and because it can replace certain oil products with wood byproducts. Well, over the same period from 2017 to 2020, the federal government only invested $971 million. And out of that sum, 75% is refundable loans. So if you look at these kinds of numbers, well, this legislation is all very well, but we need teeth, and we can't count on this government. Not when it comes to investments that have been made in the oil and gas, not on the environment, not on human rights, not on the environment. We can never count on this government. And that is why I do agree with the principle of C-231, although it is only a tiny step, but at least it's a step in the right direction. And so, on that note, Madam Speaker, I would wish you an excellent day. Thank you. Thank you very much. The Honourable Member
Johns East. It's not you yet. No. Sorry. No, I have St. John's East. Sorry, that's what I... Yeah, the Honourable Member for Hamilton Centre.
I know that the Honourable Member from St. John's East is a very learned man who, in my rotation at least, will be appearing later on to speak on this bill, but I do believe, if my records show me correct within the party, that I believe I'm the next one up, and so he may not be available online.
Well, but that's
if
not
he
what
is,
I had.
I do have a comfortable seat here. I can sit down and let him speak, but it's at your discretion.
It's, I imagine the members have agreed, so the Honourable Member for Hamilton Centre.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to begin first by just acknowledging the arguments put forward by my friend from the Bloc Québécois, who suggested that the fact that because he's a nice person, he wouldn't want to suggest that this bill is somehow what he called virtue signaling. He raised some points around virtue signaling, and he said because he was nice, he wouldn't say that. And so in response to that, because I'm nice, I would suggest that he's actually not being naive in what's before us here today. Madam Speaker, I am proud to raise on Bill C-231, which is an act to amend the Canada Pension Act Investment Board, by the very learned MP from Cowichan, Malahat, Langford, who is bringing to us today a very, very, very serious response to all of the rhetoric that we hear in this House about an international rules-based order, Madam Speaker. The CPP is one of the largest pension funds in the world, and as we've heard in the debate today, totaling almost $500 billion. Bill C-231 seeks to amend the investment policy, standards, and procedures of the Canada Pension Plan Investment Board, who manages the funds not needed to pay current beneficiaries. The amendments will require a proactive approach to due diligence with consideration towards ethical business practices and environment, labor, and human rights. As New Democrats, we understand that Canadians expect the investments of the CPP fund to be carried out with certain principles in mind, that despite its adherence to policy on responsible investing, this investment board has billions of dollars of our pension funds tied up in the oil and gas sector, weapons manufacturing, and other companies that don't always operate within ethical business practices. These include corporations that have been highlighted by the Public Eyes Awards, which focuses a spotlight on companies that have some of the very worst human rights and environmental records, and mining companies that have received single-digit scores on the Responsible Mining Index. So the Liberal Party talked about the lack of specificity. We heard that, in fact, from our friends from the Bloc. Let's get clear about the specificity. I'm going to take my time to drill down into what some of these examples might look like. And I'll begin by a fact that I think my Conservative friends missed in their opportunities in this debate, which is the cognitive dissonance of this Liberal government who has before us gun restriction laws that are coming in on assault rifles and assault weapons, while simultaneously, under our current laws, we're allowing CPP to invest in these very weapons. And according to an article in 2019, the CBC, Canadians want to steer clear of investing in gun companies but they're out of luck if they have investments in the Canada Pension Plan. CPP owns shares in American firearms manufacturing, including the parent company of the handgun manufacturer Smith & Wesson, assault rifle maker Ruger and Olin Corp, which produces ammunition for the AR-15, which we know is the weapon of choice for many perpetrators of mass shootings. The Alberta Pension Fund doesn't even own it anymore. The BC Pension Fund, Quebec, they don't own it. So it appears that there's a bit of a consensus among provinces, and we heard the Conservatives suggesting that we'd have to get consensus on this stuff. It appears that they're already there because even those pension funds provincially think that these companies are too hot to handle, Madam Speaker. The CPP owns more in gun companies than BlackRock Asset Management Canada. So as Canadians who pay into the fund, we are by extension the shareholders in the companies that benefit from the fund's investments. And there's a lot of influence that could be had by divesting from companies that conduct themselves unethically or violate human, labor, or environmental laws. The Conservatives I've heard all week talking about virtue signaling. Very problematic term. And yet here they are talking about Magnitsky sanctions against state operators who are involved in these human rights abuses. But the hypocrisy of the Conservative caucus fails to hold private corporations around the world who are involved in these types of atrocities and human rights abuses. They want to have a free market for international crime when it comes to profit, but when it comes to state actors, they want to pretend like they're on the sides of international human rights. We know this. We've heard it this week. Divestment is an opportunity for us. And by amending Section 35 of the CPPIB Act, that's what this legislation seeks to achieve, requiring the Board of Directors to take a proactive approach in ethical investment. So let's look at a few examples of the types of impacts being experienced around the world. Just last week, the Peruvian organization Derechos Humanos Sin Fronteras, Human Rights Without Borders, wrote an open letter to the Peruvian delegation at the Prospectors and Development Association's convention in Toronto, and a more detailed letter to the Canadian mining company Hudbay. The letters denounce police repression against locals peacefully protesting stalled negotiations between Hudbay and the province on a framework agreement for the company's mine in Peru. At least 17 protesters were injured. Madam Speaker, this story speaks to a story that we hear right here in Canada because we know that in the Global South, many of these people in these places like Peru are Indigenous people. These are violations of the UN Declaration for the Rights of Indigenous People. So in the same way this Liberal government would violate Indigenous rights in this country on behalf of oil and gas by refusing to provide free, prior, informed consent, they are more than willing in the CPP to take their investments abroad and do the same. Mining Watch Canada, in their mandate letter, talks about creating better control for corporations. And they state that Canadian mining companies operate around the world and dominate in the amount of capital raised in exploration. Bay Street funds the mining sector globally. But there's no regulations or controls in their activities to prevent them from profiting from weak protections for the environment, workers, Indigenous peoples, and human rights in their host countries. In April 2019, the Liberal Minister of International Trade commissioned an external legal review to advise him on how to best equip the Canadian Ombudsman for Responsible Enterprise with sufficient tools to engage in credible and effective investigations of alleged human rights abuses, and to ensure that she had the powers to compel witnesses and documents. And true to form, the performative Liberal government would like to speak the language of justice and human rights when it comes down to actually putting teeth in legislation to hold big businesses and corporations accountable. They do the sleight of hand. They say one thing to the public, and they do something else when it comes to actually creating systems that will hold these people accountable. For a year and a half, the government buried the results of the time-bound external review and failed to give the Corps the powers that were promised and the reviews that were confirmed as needed. Last February, Madam Speaker, the Canadian Network on Corporate Accountability, who works tirelessly to ensure that Canadian mining, oil and gas companies respect human rights and the environment when working abroad, stated that the Government of Canada has caved to industry demands and is ignoring and concealing legal advice it commissioned on how to give the Canadian Ombudsman of Responsible Enterprises the power it needs to do its job. This government has legal advice. So when they talk about us not having specificity, we have these frameworks in place. This government just fails and refuses to act on them. They have the legal advice by the McIsaac report, and for over a year and a half, they have failed to act on the report's findings and make that report public. The report had to be leaked by civil society just to see the light of day. So by ignoring and hiding its own expert advice, this federal government is showing it's more interested in appeasing the demands of a mining industry than upholding its human rights obligations and making good on its promises. That was a quote from Emily Dyer, who is the coordinator for the Canadian Network on Corporate Accountability. She states that the government of Canada has turned its back on the communities and workers and the Indigenous people harmed by Canadian companies overseas. Madam Speaker, the element of this bill seeks to ensure labor rights are respected, and this would have a positive impact by leveraging the CPP, which has funding purchasing power and the ability to punish corporations through our divestment with poor human rights track records, or labor practices that are discriminatory against women. This is a feminist government, a self-proclaimed feminist government. They have the ability to provide these GBA plus analysis that they talk about abroad, and yet they just refuse to act. As New Democrats, we want a pension plan board to take a proactive approach in due diligence in its investment policies. We want to leverage the $500 million of investment, and we want to make sure that all the companies have ethical business practices.
The honourable member for West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky Country.
Madam Speaker, it's a great pleasure to join the debate today on my honourable colleague from Cowichan Malahat Langford's private member's bill that raises some important questions on the role of the Canada Pension Plan. I believe that the vast majority of Canadians don't want their money invested in companies that do business in a way that is abhorrent to Canadian values. Rather, increasingly, Canadians, especially younger Canadians, are insisting that their entire portfolio be invested in companies that have robust environmental, social, and governance standards. Some studies have shown that over 75% of those born after 1965 see that it's increasingly important to consider ESG standards when investing, and that responsible investing is the way of the future. You can firmly count me as one of those people. Canadian banks are starting to take note, but they too have a long ways to go to meet this growing demand. Definitions of responsible investing by the Big Five banks still allow them to invest in areas that may run afoul of the topics that Bill C-231 brings forth. Portfolios should not only put their money in companies with strong ESG standards because there's a growing demand for consumers. We know that companies with strong ESG standards tend to vastly outperform the market. And evidence demonstrates that a better ESG score translates to about 10% lower cost of capital. And the reasons are obvious. These companies have cost efficiencies from use of inputs and other resources, better regulatory relationships and investment optimization, and less overall risk when robust ESG and anti-corruption compliance measures are in place. As the world swiftly transforms to a lower carbon and net zero future, companies that actively manage their emissions now know that they can assure their investors that they will be prepared for regulatory risks down the road. To quote Mark Carney, the former governor of the Bank of Canada, the former governor of the Bank of England, and the current UN Special Envoy on climate disclosure, he says, quote, "Those who invest in achieving net zero and who are part of the solution will be rewarded. Those who are still part of the problem will be punished." And just the same that Canadians want their private money invested in companies that are not complicit in human, labor, or environmental crimes, we also expect that public money, especially their pensions, will follow similar guidelines. And that brings us to the matter at hand today. The Canada Pension Plan has steadily grown over time, and its returns have vastly outperformed the market average. The CPP Investment Board was created as an organization independent of the government in 1997 to monitor and invest funds held by the CPP. The board reports quarterly on its performance and annually to Parliament through our Minister of Finance, and board members are appointed by the Minister of Finance in consultation with the provinces and a nominating committee. Its models recognize internationally for sound management and governance, and its independence is highlighted as one of the reasons why. And as of the end of last year, the assets under management of the CPP exceeded $475 billion. While the CPP has provided strong growth of pensions over time, the changing nature of investor preference is not isolated to private banks. Canadians are also expecting that our investments are not unduly put at risk with exposure to companies that are not prepared for the energy transformations that are currently underway or could be debarred or otherwise ostracized for committing acts of bribery or human rights abuses. In terms of monitoring investments, the CPPIB currently asks that companies report material ESG risks and opportunities relevant to their industry and business models. They have also indicated that their preference for companies to align their reporting with the standards of the Sustainability Accounting Standards Board, or SASB, and the Financial Stability Board's Task Force on Climate-Related Financial Disclosures, TCFD. Both SASB and TCFD have created standards for businesses to identify, manage, and communicate financially material sustainability information to their investors. Generally, they divide climate risks into two major categories: risks related to the transition to a lower carbon economy, and two risks related to the physical impacts of climate change. Where companies in its portfolio do not follow such a standard, the CPP has the ability to utilize its proxy voting rights to push for disclosure along these lines and to improve ESG performance more widely. While investing in a company, or rather, while divesting of a company completely holds appeal to many, oftentimes much more can be accomplished from driving change in practice and reporting as a shareholder, as unpopular as that can sometimes be. The approach that CPP takes on climate involves both bottom-up assessments for new investments from the perspective of climate change, as well as a top-down approach to measure its entire portfolio risk over time. And this is both smart from an environmental and economic perspective. And it has informed a couple of notable shifts. Number one, a steady departure from fossil fuel investments. Last May, former CEO Mark Manchin noted that fossil fuel producers and services made up only 2.8% of the board's investments as of March 31st, 2020, a reduction of 4.6% 2 years earlier. And the second point, in their latest report on sustainable investing, the CPP also showcased that investments in global renewable energy companies more than doubled to $6.6 billion in the year of June 30th, 2020. So these are important changes because the numbers show that renewable energy investments are greatly outperforming those in the fossil fuel sector. Reports have shown that over the last 5 years, investments in fossil fuels have yielded an average of a 7.2% loss, while renewable energy investments have grown by 73%. Over the investments in the last years, the top 30 global clean energy companies have grown between 3 to 4 times in size. And I know this very well because I have some of these leading clean tech companies like Carbon Engineering in my riding. And we need transparency in markets so investors can adequately assess carbon exposure risk. And this was the driving force to the creation of Canada's expert panel on sustainable finance in 2018 to make recommendations that could scale and align finance in Canada with our country's climate and economic goals. Amongst the 15 recommendations outlined to attain our goals, the panel recommended we embed climate-related risk into the monitoring, regulation, and supervision of Canada's financial systems, and further recommended that we promote sustainable investment as business as usual within Canada's asset management community. And this is also one of the reasons to support Bill C-12, the Net Zero Climate Accountability Act, which, among other things, will require the Minister of Finance to report annually on how it's managing its financial risks and opportunities related to climate change. This obligation will require the government to report on all of its operations, including Crown corporations such as Export Development Canada and the Business Development Bank of Canada. And I believe that this disclosure should extend to CPP, so Canadians should have a full picture of the climate-related risks associated with their investments, which are made both in Canada and internationally, as well as to understand the areas we can profit, as mentioned before. And CPP has been leading calls for such disclosure within their portfolio. And the same can be said for ensuring that CPP does not support companies that are committing human rights abuses and risk undermining our proud commitment to upholding human rights in the world. And our government has already introduced numerous policies and mechanisms to make sure that Canadian companies are not complicit in human rights abuses in Canada and abroad. Notably, to further strengthen Canada's commitment to responsible business conduct, we appointed a Canadian Ombudsman of Responsible Enterprise in April of 2019, whose duty is to review claims of alleged human rights abuses arising from the operations of Canadian companies abroad in the mining, oil and gas, and garment sectors. And following credible reports of human rights violations affecting Uyghurs and other ethnic minorities in Xinjiang, China, Canada adopted several measures to address the risk of goods produced from forced labor from any country from entering Canada and to protect Canadian businesses from becoming unknowingly complicit in the abuse. A further step I would like to see this Parliament take is to adopt Bill S-216, an act to amend the Modern Slavery Act and to amend the customs tariff, which would impose an obligation on entities to report on the measures taken to prevent and reduce the risk of forced labor or child labor being used at any step in the production of goods in Canada's or those imported into Canada. Like Bill C-12, I think the standards contained in the Modern Slavery Act should apply to the CPP. These disclosures are not just about the moral imperative. Any smart investor seeks to understand the level of risk in its investments, and the CPP is no exception. So to the bill itself, I very much agree with the intents and purposes of it. Few Canadians would believe that we should support businesses running afoul of the human, labor, and environmental abuses it mentions. I do, however, have serious concerns about the way it has been drafted. The language of this bill is dangerously vague and overbroad, in stating that, quote, no investment shall be made in or held in any entity if there are reasons to believe that the entity has performed acts or carried out work contrary to ethical business practices. This could include just about any substantiated report rather than actual factual occurrences. To ascertain where there may be a reason to believe it could result in absolute paralysis of the CPP, or as well as to consider companies guilty until proven innocent. It also does not define what would constitute a human, labor, or environmental rights violation that would bar an investment. For example, I think we can all agree that we don't want investment.
The honourable member for St. John's East.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'm pleased to have an opportunity today to rise and speak on Bill C-231, introduced by my colleague, the Honourable Member for Cowichan, Malahat Langford, Bill C-31, an act to amend the Canada Pension Investment Board Act. And that bill introduces an obligation on behalf of the Canada Pension Investment Board to take into account matters that they say they take into account in environmental, social, and governance issues, but they're not required to take into account because they are, in fact, governed by rules that tell them what their mandate is and what principles they have to use with respect to investments. Now, it's been suggested by other members, particularly from the government side, the Liberal side, that this would involve making any control on the investment would involve the interference in the Canada Pension Board investments being done in accordance with financial principles. Well, the only rule that's passed in the mandate of the Canada Pension Plan Investment Board is very important for us to understand. It says this mandate is to invest its assets with a view to achieving a maximum rate of return without undue risk of loss, having regard to the factors that may affect the funding of Canada's pension plan and the ability of the Canada Pension Plan to meet its financial obligations on any given business day. As we know, it's been a very successful investment board. They have made good returns on behalf of Canadians who rely on the Canada Pension Plan for their pension when the time arrives, and it's sustainable according to a recent audit for the next 75 years in accordance with existing contributions. So that's a very positive thing. But there's no obligation, we just heard the most recent member for Vancouver West Sunshine Coast Sea to Sky Country say that in using ethical or sort of environmental, social, and governance as litmus test for investments actually helps. That is a good thing. That's good to know. So people should have comfort to know that if there are obligations that are imposed on the Canada Pension Plan Investment Board to follow these guidelines, that it won't result in a loss of income or a loss of benefit to the beneficiaries of this fund, the people of Canada to whom this is important. And, you know, we have a situation in the world today and in Canada today where these large, huge investment funds, such as the Canada Plan Investment Fund, which is worth nearly more than $500 billion now. We have, you know, the Caisse de dépôt de Populaire de Québec. We have the Alberta Pension Investment Fund that's been spoken of, the BC Pension. These are huge pension funds that can have an influence on what happens in the investment world, not only in Canada, because the investments are not restricted to Canada or Canadian corporations, but in fact are worldwide investments, and the diversity in investment is always recommended to individual investors as being a good thing. And I think we have other countries doing the same thing, investing around the world. But so the fact of the matter is that there needs to be some control on this in order to ensure, first of all, that the power that the Canada Pension Plan Investment Board has the power to make choices based on matters involving ethical, environmental, social, and governance issues, human rights issues. They need to have that power because otherwise they're required by their mandate. In some cases, they could be required to invest in a company that is violating human rights, but is providing a bigger rate of return than a company that's not. And we see that possibility throughout any kind of industry, whether it be weapons industries or others that are even supporting the military. And I wanted to use my time today to talk about one particular human rights situation that's very relevant to this particular bill here today, and that's the situation in Myanmar. We have a significant human rights violations going on. We have a genocide before the International Criminal Court that Canada supports, and we have a military that has significant investments that give it return money to them that allows them to conduct their genocide, to take over the country in this case, and not be relying on public funds because they have significant investments, some of which are actually held by the Canada Pension Plan Investment Board. And when asked about the problem with that, the response of the spokesperson on behalf of the board is that many of these companies are actually doing, if I have the exact quote here, among the Myanmar military-related stocks owned by CPPIB, according to the Communications and Public Affairs Director of CPPIB, are highly reputable multinational companies providing their clients with exceptional products and services. Well, the profits of those companies, who are directly owned by the military of Myanmar, go back to the Myanmar military for their support and operations and supporting their activities. That's something that the Canada Pension Plan Investment Board should not be investing in, and it's not something that Canadians will want to have their pension security reliant on. And that's a good reason why this bill needs to be passed. There are many, many more.
The honourable member for Cowichan-Malahat Langford for the right of reply.
Madam Speaker, I want to first thank and recognize my NDP colleagues, the members for Hamilton Mountain, Hamilton Centre, and St. John's East for their contributions to the debate on this bill and for their support. With great financial power comes great responsibility. The Canada Pension Plan Fund, valued at $500 billion, has the kind of financial firepower that can literally move markets with its investments. Where this money is invested and how it is invested can have great consequences, both around the world and here at home. We live in an increasingly globalized world where multinational corporations valued at billions of dollars have an incredible amount of power at their disposal. Many of these corporations have extracted obscene amounts of wealth from countries with corrupt or despotic governments
that don't have the same labor or human rights protections that we take for granted here in Canada. The working class in those countries is exploited for low wages, and they often suffer through poor working conditions. Their populations don't enjoy the protection of the law and are often victims to state security forces. And when it comes to fighting for their environmental rights, the right to live in a safe, clean, and healthy environment, they are often brutally shoved aside so as to not interrupt profit. The corporations that continue to exploit these inequalities and which degrade and pollute our world in the name of profit must be held to account. Corporate social responsibility must be enforced by law, and it must be enforced through the ethical investment of our pension funds. In my introductory speech for this bill, I laid out clear examples of how our CPP funds have been invested in companies with problematic track records. This included references to the Mining Watch Index, the Food and Beverage Benchmark Findings Report, the Public Eye Awards of Shame, and research from the magazine Corporate Knights. The information was cross-referenced by the Library of Parliament and verified. There have been numerous reports in newspapers detailing the problematic investments made by the Canada Pension Plan Investment Board. The fact of the matter is that despite their policy on responsible investing, our Canada Pension Plan funds have been exposed to companies engaged in blocking climate policy, blocking climate resolutions, forced or child labor, severe environmental damage, and severe human rights violations. There are clear examples around the world where countries are legislating corporate social responsibility. Germany has taken the step towards forcing companies to take responsibility for any labor or environmental abuses in their global supply chain. A new law allows for hefty fines if their contractors abroad are found to breach human rights or environmental rules. Sweden's national pension funds must include environmental and ethical standards in their investment policies and annually report to the government on how they would adhere to those practices. Norway's pension is governed by regulations that provide a legal framework emphasizing international human rights and environmental standards. Canada's current lack of ambition in legislating in this area is truly shameful. Now, since I introduced this bill, there have been wild and untrue allegations put forward by some of our media and by conservatives. So let me be very clear about two things. Nothing in my bill allows for any political interference or direction of the investment decisions of the CPPIB, and nothing in this bill changes its mandate, which is to maximize investment returns without undue risk of loss. When it comes to debate on this bill, conservatives have made it very clear from their speeches that despite clear evidence of problematic investments that could violate human labor or environmental rights, they are fine with profit over people. This is unfortunately not surprising for a party that too often remains willfully blind to bad corporate behavior. The Liberals, it seems, while bringing their customary platitudes about noble intentions, will also vote against the bill. I remain hopeful that some of them will see the light and vote with the NDP to send this bill to committee for further study. Madam Speaker, allow me to conclude by saying that even if this bill does not pass, this issue is not going away. There will be increased scrutiny of our investments going forward. I again urge my colleagues to support Bill C-231 so that our pension investments will not contribute to human misery around the world. Thank you.
It being 2:30 p.m., the time provided for private members' business has expired. Consequently, the question is as follows.
By Mr. Boulris, moved that Bill C-231, an act to amend the Canada Pension Plan Investment Board Act, Investments, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Finance. Si un député d'un parti reconnu.
If a member of a recognized party present in the House wishes to request a recorded division, or that the motion be adopted on division, I would invite them to rise and indicate it to the chair.
The Honourable Member for Hamilton Centre.
Madam Speaker, I respectfully request a recorded division on Bill C-231, an act to amend the Canada Pension Plan Investment Board Act.
Pursuant to order made on Monday, January 25th, 2021, the division stands deferred until Wednesday, March 24th, 2021, at the expiry of the time provided for oral questions. It being 2:31, the House stands adjourned until Monday, March 22nd, 2021 at 11 a.m., pursuant to Standing Orders 28.2 and 24.1.